Good morning, or should I say, hear ye, hear ye. It is Monday, May 13th, 2024. It is the morning of day 10 of the Commonwealth versus Karen Read. The Commonwealth has accused Karen Read of striking her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, with her car after a night of drinking and leaving him in the snow to die. The defense is saying, as they said in their opening statement, that Karen Read was framed and this is all a cover-up. Day 10, I would love to be able to tell you the compelling and overriding evidence that the state has presented thus far. And I have a lot of questions, but thus far they have presented that the Albert family is very large. And the Albert family, of course, one of the 7 siblings, Brian Albert and his wife, owned the home at the time at 34 Fairview, where Officer O'Keefe was found. Brian Albert, also a Boston police officer. He's on the stand this morning for the beginning of what will surely be a fiery cross-examination. Questions I'm left with from last week. Sir, you have 5 children and you say people don't always lock the doors, and yet you have told me that in the year of our Lord 2022, you don't have video cameras at your home? Not even a Ring camera? Really? Surely that's not right. But nobody's asked about cameras at the home yet. Maybe that'll come up on cross. They also have a German Shepherd who was described as dog aggressive. Though when a person tried to break up a fight between the dogs at some point when the dog had gotten out of the yard, sent that individual to the hospital after escaping the yard, which the wife said was unescapable. But German Shepherds. That dog was apparently in the bedroom with Brian Albert Sr. and his wife sometime around 6 a.m. when Brian Albert Sr.'s wife's sister, his sister-in-law, Jen McCabe, came bursting into the bedroom, as he described on the stand, hysterical, screaming at them to get up and that there was an investigation outside and more and more. What we have not heard is that caused Brian Albert, a former military and Boston police officer, to react in any way of shock, astonishment, or anything else. We have not heard that caused the dog to go nuts. Other things we have not heard. That the leaf blowing, looking for evidence, caused the dog to go nuts. That all of the lights, even if not siren, but all of the lights did not cause any reaction from anyone inside the home. When asked on direct examination why he didn't go outside, Brian Albert said after he woke up, he knew they were investigating and, quote, he didn't want any part of it. So this is going to be a very, very interesting cross-examination and a very interesting week. It seems to me the prosecution has been chunking the witnesses together. Everyone that arrived on scene. Well, no. First, it was the victim's brother and sister-in-law so that they could testify and then sit in for the rest of the trial. Then it was all of the first responders, law enforcement, paramedic, firefighters, those first responders, up to the point that John O'Keefe and then Karen Read were taken to the hospital. Then the friends that were with them at CF McCarthy's, the bar that they pre-gamed at. Then the group that was at the waterfall. And now we are getting from when they left the waterfall till when they got to 34 Fairview, where a party was going on for Brian Albert Jr., whose birthday was the next morning. He was turning 23. So we're now getting to the Alberts and what is happening the next morning with the Alberts. I imagine sometime soon, we must be getting to Jen McCabe, right? Jen McCabe seems the center of a whole lot of this. And I have questions. I wish I had more answers, but I have questions. Also, it was snowing. And we know what everyone was drinking at the bar, from Mick Ultra to White Claw to Bud Light. We know what everyone was drinking except for Karen Read, because they didn't ask the bartender what she was serving Karen Read. So all we know is a glass with clear liquid and a lime. Could be seltzer, could be vodka, could be a combination of the both. So with that, we're going to get into court this morning. They've already taken a sidebar, so we're going to zoom through that part, as we always do. I'm sure there will be more of them. So come on in, let me know what you're drinking, where you're coming in from. And as always, Thank you for being here. Thank you for being honored. Let's go.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
As we are coming in, I do have to thank Allison for an incredibly generous super chat. Thank you, Allison. Good morning. I'm excited too.
22117.
We're going to hear what this
Karen Reed.
sidebar's
Can I have
about
counsel
first.
identify themselves, please?
And all the good mornings.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning,
Of
Mr.
course.
Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alex Jackson from the street.
Good morning,
My
Mr.
pens are
Jackson.
multiplying.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of
Now a
Good morning,
fistful.
Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. Dick Giannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning,
I've
Ms.
got a pocket,
Giannetti.
got a
I'm
pocket
told
full of
there's an objection to something you
pens.
intend to use during cross.
Yes.
Do you want to come over?
Sure.
I want to come over. Oh, it's early. Emily, it's too early for this nonsense. Oh, to hell with the consequence. Damn it. It's already started. It's too late. We're day 10. Lolly has been killing me. This was an extended sidebar. The attorneys are now back at counsel table with their client. I needed my pen cup this morning, apparently. I like Karen Reed's suit this morning. I'm not going to lie. Also, I wonder what the court is doing. They must be bringing the jury down. I also got a socket for my green juice. A, so it would stop leaking on me. B, because not sponsored. And C, because when it gets to the end, it looks kind of disgusting. So we've gotten all that taken care of. Miss Squirrel, thank you for the gifted memberships. You know, every morning I'm just waiting for them to say, hear ye, and God save the Commonwealth. It has become my favorite part of this case. I don't know how you feel about it, but hear ye, God save the Commonwealth. Like, I'm just loving all of it. I just love it. There are some regional quirks to different courts, like the cloak of righteousness in South Carolina. And of course,
Bring the jury.
there are things that delight me in all of these cases, which I try to cling to when there are things that make my brain want to melt. I'm actually speaking to a bar association on Friday, and I'm wondering how many times I will say, you need to find a way to ask your questions that does not ever use what, if anything.
All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Cannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth in this good court. Thank you. May be seated.
Those are my gavels.
Good morning again, Counsel.
The
and
gathered
Ms.
near
Reed.
is also
Good
a
morning.
delight. The gather near is a delight. When you put courthouses in city centers.
I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone over the weekend?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we met?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively.
I hope they had a
Did
good
anyone
weekend.
happen to
These poor
see,
jurors.
hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday?
No.
Thank you very much. We'll bring
Karen
this along.
is out on bail during the pendency of all of these proceedings. I think it is my understanding she was in custody just till arraignment and then was out of custody. They originally had just charged this as an operating under the influence causing death, not as an intentional second-degree murder. Why did they upgrade it? It is yet to be known by me. We're going to watch together. Brian Albert, senior on the stand, retired Boston police officer, definitely rocking kind of a Mr. Rogers-y type vibe. He did that
Whenever
yesterday.
you're
Not a
ready,
suit
Mr.
coat,
Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
a little more casual than that.
Mr. Albert, this is not, this process is not the first time you've testified in the
Oh.
court of law, is it?
Okay, we're starting out
In
with
fact, you were a police officer
contradict-
for
oh no.
either just under or just over 30 years. Is that right?
I did let you guys
During
know
that
this is a
time,
man who knows how to
many times did you say
testify.
that you testified in a court of law in any capacity?
Lots.
I would say 100, perhaps.
So you consider yourself to
Only
be an
100.
experienced witness?
It surprises me.
In what aspect? In as far as police, as far as being
Sir, this is not your first rodeo. You're comfortable here, right?
a witness as a police officer?
You've experienced testifying
No.
in a courtroom.
Closed
Yes.
captioning today.
So you understand the
interesting.
oath.
Yes.
You understand the gravity of perjury.
Oh,
Yes.
shit. Did you already
When was
lie,
the last
sir?
time you spoke to Mr. Lally before Friday when you began testifying?
Before Friday, the last time I spoke to Mr. Lally was,
I like the way he says his name, though.
I believe,
Lally.
on a conference call around the time of my grand jury testimony.
Which would have been 2022,
Yes.
April of 2022.
Yes.
So you've not
Honestly, that tracks. Honestly, that tracks. Honestly, that tracks. Lally doesn't seem to have spoken to any of these witnesses at all. Lally's just like, you're going to testify. I'm going to ask you things. You're going to answer them. That seems to be about it.
spoken with Mr. Lally since that time.
I don't remember speaking with Mr. Lally since that time. No.
What about anybody else from the district attorney's office?
No.
Have you gone over the facts or what you believe to be the facts of your testimony with anybody before you testified on Friday, not including any lawyer that you may have?
No.
What about your
Did you
family?
discuss any questions that you may be asked on direct examination or questions that you may be posed on cross-examination with any member of the district attorney's office?
No.
Were you told about any exhibits or documents that you might be shown?
Just in the prep, I believe I was shown a video of the waterfall bar.
And that was
Which
back
is
in April of
appropriate.
2022.
There's nothing wrong
No, that
with
was for the prep for this trial.
With whom did you prep for this
I'm
trial?
Mr. Lally.
I'm confused. I thought you said you had not spoken with Mr.
You
Lally
said
since
before
April of
Friday.
2022.
You said
Except for the prep for this
before
trial, I had
Friday.
not.
Right.
Okay, that was my question, Mr. Albert.
Okay, I misunderstood your question. I
He said
apologize.
before
Did
Friday.
you prep for this trial with Mr. Lally?
Yes,
When?
approximately a few weeks ago.
Okay.
Well, that
Mr.
would be
Albert,
before Friday.
About 45 seconds ago, I asked you, have you spoken with
That's
Mr.
not-
Lally
that's
before
not
your
good, sir.
testimony in this process, this proceeding? And your answer was, no, I have not. Did you not understand my question?
I did not.
Before Friday.
What was confusing about it?
I was expecting you to ask if I had prepped with Mr. Lally. I didn't hear prep with Mr. Lally, so I didn't know what you
He
were
said
referring to.
spoken with
So when I said
Lally
spoke
before
with
Friday.
Mr. Lally, since I didn't say prep with Mr. Lally, your answer was no, I didn't speak with him.
He's like,
I just prepped.
I didn't.
Yes.
What's the difference between speaking
We're
and
going to
prepping?
split hairs.
No,
early
there is
this
no
morning.
difference. I just misunderstood your question. That's all.
Tell me about that prep with Mr. Lally.
Sure. I prepped with Mr. Lally about this trial with
There
Mr.
was-
Lally, my attorney.
There was prep.
Where did that preparation take
And my attorney. Just a note. And my attorney. And my attorney.
place?
The preparation took place, I believe, I'm trying to remember exactly where it was. I actually don't recall where it was.
Could it have been at the DA's office?
Yes, but it wasn't at the DA's office. No, I believe it was somewhere else, but I can't remember if it was here at the DA's office.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I also asked you a couple minutes ago, did you review any documents or any evidence in preparation for your testimony?
Oh, boy.
And to that question, you also answered no.
He didn't review
Well,
documents.
I said I reviewed the video.
Well, now you're saying you reviewed the video, but when I
Yes.
asked you, did you see any evidence or documents, anything in preparation? for
Alan
your
Jackson's
testimony? You
already
said
like,
no.
don't threaten me with a good time, sir.
No, I believe I said I saw a video.
Did you understand? Did
This
you
is
misunderstand my
stupid
question
stuff
when I asked it the first
parse
time?
hairs
as well?
about.
No.
Okay, I'm going to try to be clearer with my questions.
Okay.
Mhm.
Let me try it again.
Good luck.
What, if anything, have you reviewed in anticipation of your testimony in this trial?
So I reviewed a video of the waterfall.
Anything else?
I reviewed my transcript from the grand jury,
So you have reviewed your prior
Documents.
testimony,
my transcript of the grand jury, yes.
which is prior testimony, correct?
Yes.
When did you do that?
I did that during the prep.
Wow.
What part of the waterfall video did Mr. Lally show you?
It was a small snippet of the video and just one of the 20 seconds of video during that night.
Which part? There's a lot of video there. Which part, if you can tell us Which part did you review with Mr. Lally?
It just showed the waterfall. It showed patrons. It showed myself and the other people I was with.
What were you doing in that?
I will say, in this context, this is one of the few where what, if anything, does not offend me as much, because he is actually trying to get this witness to say, you didn't review anything, or did you review anything? This is one of the rare circumstances where I'm not going to lose a what, if anything, because it actually is appropriate to the questions being asked, since now we're fighting over what you reviewed, because we started at nothing, and then we went to the video of the waterfall, and then we went to the transcript, and then. For all of you asking, but aren't you allowed to review? You are allowed to review. You are absolutely allowed to review. The problem here is denying the review that we all know happened, because you're allowed to review. Saying, I didn't talk to Lally since 2022 is a lot different than, oh, I reviewed my transcript and all of this. The review is not the problem. The distancing yourself from the fact that you reviewed is a problem, right? It looks evasive. But there's nothing wrong with prepping. Every time this man would have testified in court, he would have talked to the DA before he went to court. This isn't weird.
20-second snippet of that video.
I believe in one portion of it, I was fooling around with Brian Higgins.
Fooling around.
Yes.
Oh, that play fight.
Means we were just fooling around. That's it.
Fooling around like, I don't know, playing arm wrestling?
No, I don't think we were arm wrestling. I think we were just pushing each other, fooling around.
Oh, so play fight.
I don't think I would call it play fighting. No, I was just.
Remember seeing part of the video where you took a fighting stance, sort of like this?
I actually don't remember that part. No.
Oh, he'll remind you.
Remember part of the video where Brian Higgins took a fighting stance, sort of like this?
Maybe, yes.
Two of you approached one another?
I don't think I saw that whole video. No.
Practicing fighting techniques?
He'll remind.
I wouldn't call it that.
No,
No.
you can have that. I'm sorry, what was your answer to that, Mr. Albert?
No.
Practicing fighting techniques.
So what you reviewed,
Alan,
Mr. Riley, was the portion of the video where you and Mr. Higgins were somehow fooling around. And well, how would you describe it? If it's not fighting techniques, how would you describe it?
Just joking, being silly, just fooling around.
They were fucking around,
Doing
sir.
what physically?
Doing, if you rephrase.
Physically. I mean, you could joke with words.
Right.
Were you just joking with words like a stand-up comedian, or were you doing something physically?
No, I think we were
Emma,
pushing each other, fooling
Funny
around,
to you,
joking.
like a stand-up comedian.
Did you ever show him how to throw a punch?
Did I what?
Did you show him how you would throw a punch?
I don't remember that, no.
Did you squat down, show him how you want to get low when you're either aggressive or defending an aggression?
low.
I don't remember that exact pose, no.
Did he walk
Alan, but was she wearing apple-bottom jeans and the boots with the fur? I'm sorry, you said get low. We've been triggered early.
over to you and grab you and act like he was going to drive a knee?
At one point, he kissed him, so
I'm not sure.
I don't think they were practicing fighting
At some
techniques.
point, did you flip him around?
At some point, he grabbed his
Grab him
ass,
in
Alan.
a wrestling hold?
I may have, I just don't remember it exactly.
Do these things sound familiar when you reviewed as to your
Alan,
review of
at
the
one
video that you
point,
saw
he
with
kissed
Mr. Lally?
him.
No, I didn't see all those on the video of Mr. Lally.
This point is lost on me.
Did you discuss with Mr. Lally the questions that you might be asked by him on direct examination? Did he go through, here are the topics of conversation that we're going to have?
No, not like that.
Did he go over with you what he believed the topics of conversation might be on cross-examination by either myself
He
or Mr.
should have.
Medic?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, he should have.
What did he tell you? You might be asked.
I don't remember exactly what he told me. He said we could be asked about the night at the waterfall. We could be asked about back at the house,
Phone calls?
things like
Were there
that.
phone calls? Did
Anything
you make
else?
phone calls?
Not that I can remember.
Is there anything, given your conversation with Mr. Lally, is there anything that you want to change?
This is a really good question that is flying by in the chat because there are so many of you here. Good morning to the 16,000 law nerds here, to the YouTube things. No attorney-client privilege between the DA and this witness. The DA does not represent the witnesses. Conversations between the DA and the witness are fair game to ask about because the DA is not this witness's attorney. The DA is the attorney for the people of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So the DA does not have clients like that. Even victims of crime are not clients of the DA. The DA represents the people. So no, he has his own attorney, but it's not the prosecutor. So that's why.
About the testimony that you previously gave under oath in April of 2022?
No.
The fact that you've now reviewed that testimony?
I mean,
No.
you reviewed it.
Stick by that testimony?
Yes.
I guess he's not. He's like, no, I said what I said.
Have you
Well,
watched any of
see
these
how that-
proceedings on any platform
It's a great
before
question.
your testimony?
No.
It's a great
Never
question.
tuned in to anything that's live streaming, any of the media coverage?
No.
Hi, we're live streaming.
You're aware that your wife testified before you?
Yes.
Did you I don't want to know what the words were. Did you discuss her testimony
Oops, sorry,
with
y'all.
her before you testified?
No.
So she came home after testifying
You were probably told
in
not
this
to.
trial, and you two never brought it up.
No. I
Were
just
you-
asked her how she was doing, and that was it.
Were you told not to?
Mr. Albert, are you close friends with Brian Higgins?
I wouldn't describe it as close friends, no.
He's a fellow law enforcement
Didn't you
officer,
kiss him
correct?
at
Yes.
the bar?
Works for the ATF,
He does.
the Department of, or the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, correct?
Yes.
Did he shoot
How
your
long have you
dog?
known Mr. Higgins?
Sorry.
I think I first met Mr. Higgins about
ATF
15
joke,
years
probably
ago.
in poor
How did
taste.
you meet him?
It was a professional, something at work. We may have worked together. I think at the time he was a Cambridge arson squad member. And I think he came into the city of Boston to do something for work.
So you've known him
I
for
enjoyed
15
working
years,
arson.
and you were with him on January 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And he's the person that you were, quote, joking and fooling around with, right?
Yes.
Play video. Roll tape.
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022.
And you spent the
didn't you?
rest of the day together. From New York.
Is there, what's the question?
You had a long road trip.
He's like, I wouldn't describe
Mr.
it as
Higgins,
long.
On January 28th, 2022, correct?
We drove from New York to Boston, yes.
How long is that
Pretty good
drive?
you'd say?
Yes.
Consider that a road trip?
Yes.
How long?
I don't know if it was probably somewhere around 4 hours, maybe.
So what do you
Once
consider
you got
long?
back from New York to back up to Boston, the
Yes.
Boston area.
4 hours is kind of
the
within
two
my
of you
threshold to
stopped
fuck around, by the
at the
way,
location, correct?
Yes.
from
What was the
living in LA.
location?
The hillside.
And what did you two do at the hillside?
When I go to Vegas? It's
We
only
went
4
into the
hours
hillside,
short.
had a drink, talked, and I think Brian may have ordered food.
So once you got back from that relatively long road trip, that 4 hour long trip,
He's not going to give it to
4
you,
hour
Alan,
long
that
road
it's
trip,
long.
I apologize. You stopped at a bar and started drinking, correct?
Yes.
Do you have anything to eat at the hillside?
I did not.
But Brian did.
When's the last
Brian
time you
Higgins
ate,
did.
bro?
I left prior to Brian Higgins eating.
During the course of that road trip,
Road trip.
or at the hillside, did the two of you discuss Karen Reed, my client?
No.
Did her name ever come up?
No.
Chat, do you believe that?
Without telling me anything that he may have actually said, did he mention Karen Reed or the topic of Karen Reed?
No, never.
Did he mention the fact that he had been texting and flirting with Karen Reed 2 weeks prior?
No.
So that subject, according to you, was never addressed or broached by Mr. Higgins or you
No.
during that entire day.
No.
After you arrived at the waterfall, John O'Keefe arrived subsequent thereto, right?
Yes.
How long after?
Approximately 45 minutes, maybe.
The defense zoomed past this very, very quickly about the Brian Higgins amorous text to Karen Reed. I imagine this is going to start coming up more in this case because there were flirtatious texts going back, it's my understanding, and forth between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed. So that came up in the prosecution's opening, but again, it was buried under a bunch of other stuff. For some of you, I'm sure this is the first time you're hearing about potential spicy or flirtatious text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed.
And Karen Reed was with him, is that right?
Yes.
Brian Higgins was standing right next to you when she came in along with John O'Keefe, correct?
I'm not sure where people were
I
standing when
wonder
they
if that's
arrived.
why they were
Well, you
so
remember
lovey-dovey at the bar.
You saw video,
Right?
Correct.
I don't believe there's any, I saw video of them walking into Waterfall now.
Fair enough. but you
Like, I
saw
wonder if that's
at
part
least
of
a
why
clip,
they were
according to
so,
you saw a clip of
she and
that
John were all
video,
over each other.
You at the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
You were situated at a high top table, right?
Yes.
Your back is sort of to the camera, is that right?
I'm not sure of the camera angles. The video that I saw, I was at the high top table, but I'm not sure of all the camera angles of the waterfall.
Brian Higgins is the guy with the sweatshirt with maybe a Harley Davidson emblem on the back or something.
I'm not sure what he wore that night. I'm sure he had a sweatshirt on, but I don't know what the emblem was.
Okay, he was standing right next to you in the video clip that you saw.
Yes.
Okay. In other words, that was the video where he was standing right next to you. You two turn to each other and start this play fighting thing.
Yes.
So yeah, for
So
some
if-
of you,
if
you
it's
didn't
that
even
time or
catch the
sometime
Brian
around
Higgins
there at
stuff.
the high top, you were in proximity of Brian Higgins when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe came into the bar, correct?
I just don't recall the timing of when they came into the bar.
All right, Mr. Albert, did Mr. Higgins say anything to you at that time about John O'Keefe arriving with Karen Reed at his side?
No.
Did Mr. Higgins say anything to you about being upset that Karen Reed had shown up with John O'Keefe?
No.
And then was all over him.
Describe your relationship with John O'Keefe, if you would.
So I didn't know John that well. I had only met him a few times. But every time I met him, it was cordial, pleasant. And I would consider him to be a coworker, even though I never really worked with him directly. He seemed like a nice guy. I knew his whole story about the fact that he had taken his niece and nephew after a tragedy in the family.
Everybody knew
And I had
that.
an unbelievable amount of respect for him doing that. But I
And yet he may be dying on your lawn and you don't come out of the house, though.
can't say that we were good friends because I didn't really know him all that well.
You were far better friends with Brian Higgins than you were with John O'Keefe. That's fair to say.
Yes.
On Friday, you were asked whether or not you knew my client, Karen Reed, correct? This meeting a couple days ago, during your direct examination.
I believe so, yes.
You were also asked the same series of questions at another grand jury not involving the Commonwealth. You remember that in June of 2023?
Yes.
I want to be clear about this other hearing. That was a non-Commonwealth hearing in front of a grand jury, correct?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Lally and his colleagues were not there. Is that right?
Interesting that now the fact that there is a non-Commonwealth grand jury is just kind of out there, that Lally wasn't there. That is the federal grand jury that he's talking about. But it's just kind of floating. We'll see how long it's allowed to float for.
Yes.
I was not there. Mr. Yannetti was not there.
Yes.
Or Miss Little.
Right.
Okay.
None of us were there, right? Right.
At that June 2023, and I'm going to talk about a couple of dates, so I don't want to be confusing. At that June 2023 non-Commonwealth hearing,
That was a phase.
you were asked some questions about whether or not you knew Karen Reed before January 28th, 2022.
Oh, boy.
I believe
Night in question.
I believe so, yes.
And you testified, but before you testified, you were sworn an oath.
Yes.
Same oath that you swore that, in this trial, correct?
Yes.
Swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And you knew that you were testifying under penalty of perjury in that hearing as well, correct?
Yes.
And you testified at that non-Commonwealth grand jury.
The non-Commonwealth grand jury is the federal grand jury. That is federal prosecutors who would be facilitating that. The FBI is the investigating branch, but the FBI doesn't conduct that grand jury. It would be federal prosecutors. So that is the Fed grand jury. I forgot the date he said. I'm sure it'll come up again.
That you, quote, believe Karen was with John the night he came into
No, he
Hillside.
can't say federal grand jury.
A female that looked similar to Karen from the waterfall came in with him on that night and I assume that was her, but I can't say for sure. End quote. That was your testimony before that.
Is he trying to say Karen was with Brian Higgins at the hillside before she met up with John O'Keefe that night? We're gonna back that up
Right?
quickly.
Yes.
I was not there. Mr. Yannetti was not there.
Yes.
Or Miss Little.
Right.
Okay. At that June 2023, and I'm going to talk about a couple of dates, so I don't
There's
want to be
the date.
confusing. At that June 2023 non-Commonwealth hearing, you were asked some questions about whether or not you knew Karen Reed before January 28th, 2022.
I believe.
Night in question.
I believe so. Yes.
And you testified, before you testified, you were sworn an oath.
Yes.
Same oath that you swore in this trial, correct?
Yes.
Swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And you knew that you were testifying under penalty of perjury in that hearing as well, correct?
Yes.
And you testified at that non-Commonwealth grand jury that you, quote, believe Karen was with John the night he came into Hillside, a female that looked similar to Karen from the waterfall came in with him on that night, and I assume that was her, but I can't say for sure, end quote. That was your testimony before that grand jury.
Yes.
But you were also asked a similar question in April of 2022 by Mr. Lally at his grand jury. You remember that?
No.
Let's start at the beginning. Before you
It's a very
testified
good place to
in the
start.
April 2022 grand jury, more than a year earlier, and just 3 months after this incident, you were sworn an oath, correct?
Yes.
Same oath that you took in June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And the same oath you took.
The hillside's
on Friday.
another bar restaurant situation.
Isn't it true that you were asked the question whether or not you knew Karen Reed on January 28th, 2022, and you testified, quote, I've never met or seen her before, end quote.
No, I don't recall that.
Didn't you indicate that you just testified, that you reviewed your grand jury testimony in anticipation for this trial?
Yes.
You'd read the whole thing,
Yes.
and you don't recall making that statement?
No.
May I approach you on it?
Yes, and I'll see counsel at sidebar when you leave that with the witness.
Chat, while they are leaving to sidebar, I think I'm going to switch feeds so that we can have closed captioning. I think this is a good time to switch feeds because I am a little behind real time. I don't want to speed this up because it is spicy. I'm very interested to see what happens from here, but give me 1 second to switch feeds so that we have closed captioning. I find it very helpful, especially when I talk over questions, which will occasionally happen. I am me. All right, it's very nice to be able to find the witness on the stand reading papers. That looks like about 8 minutes behind where we were, I think. So let me just make sure I'm in the right spot. Papers. There we go. All right, let's get the volume boosted and get back to court with this other feed and then zoom while he's got his readers on. Look at that. We found exactly where we are and we didn't miss anything. They went to sidebar, probably to talk about the
Yes.
impeachment.
Mr. Albert, have you had an opportunity to review that?
I have. Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you said before the grand jury in April of 2022?
Yes, but you didn't read the whole quote though.
Right. The whole
Okay,
thing is
it
the
says
following.
closed captioning are
Question.
on.
So the female
They are not.
you had never met before.
Apologies,
Is that fair
chat.
to say? Answer. No, I've never met her or seen her before, period. Maybe once, but I don't think I've ever had a conversation with her. That was the entire quote, correct?
That's the entire quote. Yes, that's not what you read.
Alan, that's a bit different. He said maybe once. And if he says, I thought somebody that looked like her came in with Brian, then that's different because maybe once.
Earlier, but yes.
Well, what I read earlier was I've never met or seen her before. Those words came out of your mouth, correct?
That's not my whole sentence. No.
You said I've never met or seen her before, and then you said maybe once, but I've never had a
Maybe
conversation
once.
with her, I don't think.
Right. That's my sentence.
Okay, so which is it, Mr. Albert? What were you saying? Were you saying you met her and had a conversation with her? Or were you saying I've never met or seen her before? Which one of those two things was true?
He
I
said
was saying
maybe
that
once,
I've met her maybe once.
but never talked to
Actually,
her.
what you said was I've never met her or seen her before.
Alan, you're pushing
Your
too
words,
hard on this
not
point.
my words, sir. Isn't that right?
No, because in the next sentence I say I met her
Maybe
maybe
once.
once.
So you literally changed your testimony within your own testimony.
Objection.
No, can you answer that, Mr. Albert?
I believe I qualified my first sentence with a second sentence.
Now we're
So
going to
what
play.
changed between the first sentence where you indicated
I don't know if this is, I feel like with this witness, there's going to be more. I don't know if this is the point we want to make happen, Alan. He said it just feels like he's pushing for something to be there that's not there here. I've never met or seen her before, maybe once. I've maybe seen her once, but I've never had a conversation with her. It's all in the same sentence. It's really, I don't think there's a lot of there. Alan, this witness probably has other things. This point, the problem is if you dig too hard on everything and try to make something out of nothing with everything, you kind of lose people listening to you. You're like, you're making all of the molehills mountains, and it's too much. This might be a little too much, Alan.
unequivocally, I've never met or seen her before, and the second sentence when you said maybe once.
He said maybe once.
I'm not sure what I was thinking at the time that I said that.
Isn't it
Maybe
true,
once.
Mr. Albert, not only had you met,
You guys, I've turned on
Ms.
closed
Reed,
captioning.
but you had spent several
None
hours
of the feeds
with
we found
Karen
have
Reed
them
and John
today.
O'Keefe 6 days before this incident. Isn't that true?
No.
In fact, on
6?
January 22nd,
The maybe once qualification doesn't even fucking matter here. If it's 6 times,
I'm not sure what I was thinking at the time that I said that.
isn't it true, Mr. Albert, not only had you met Ms. Reed, but you had spent several hours with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe 6 days before this incident.
oh,
Is that
okay.
true?
No.
In fact, on January 22nd,
6 days. Yep. I need to hear it
2022,
again.
6 days before January 28th, you socialized with Karen Reed at the Hillside Bar for several hours, didn't you?
I was at the Hillside Bar the week prior. Yes.
It was a Saturday night, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You were
6
at
days
the bar.
before,
Yes.
There were several other folks at the bar, correct?
Several people. Yes.
John and
That
Karen were at the
included
hillside.
Chris Albert, your brother,
Yes.
Okay.
a guy named Tim Daly,
Yes.
D-A-I-L-Y, is that right?
I'm not sure how to spell his last name.
Julie Albert was there.
Fair.
Yes.
Jen McCabe was there.
Yes.
Matt McCabe was there.
Yes.
John O'Keefe was there.
Yes, he was.
And Karen Reed was there, correct?
Yes, she was.
Maybe once.
In fact,
However,
Yes.
to say I have never
Take a
met
look.
or seen her, never had a conversation with her is different than
Have a
being at the bar
photograph.
together for several hours.
just look at that to yourself for a second.
That's different.
Tell me if you familiarize yourself with
Is there a
it.
photo?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I don't need to. Mr. Albert, you can stay there.
Okay. Just keep it.
Do you recognize the photograph that's before you?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, I recognize the people within the photograph, and the background of the photograph looks like the hillside.
Does that appear to be a photograph that was taken on January 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
You were at the Hillside Bar?
Yes.
May I publish this, Your Honor?
Okay, is it already in evidence or
It
you?
is not, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
So you put it in evidence first and then you
May
publish
I
it?
have that marked as next in
Yeah.
order?
Yes.
And then,
Exhibit 67.
Thank you.
So they're marking the photo and then putting it in, and then it'll be published to the jury. So he is saying, I never saw Karen Reed. I don't know Karen Reed. I never spoke to Karen Reed. And now we're at 6 days before
permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
this, 6 days before John O'Keefe was found on your lawn,
You see
y'all
that
were at the
photograph?
hillside
It's
together.
the same photograph that you're looking at in front of you?
Yes.
Describe who the people are going from left to right, sir.
Chris Albert, myself, John O'Keefe, and Tim Daly.
And this was on January 22nd.
Chris Albert
2022.
Chris Albert.
About 11 p.m., correct?
in
Yes.
the beanie
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
going that way.
Mr. Albert,
So his brother, Chris Albert.
who took the photo?
I don't know.
Karen Reed took the photo, didn't she?
I have no idea who took that photo.
Karen Reed took the photo. You're literally staring right at her, correct?
Well, probably starting.
I don't know who took the photo.
Well, who else do you think it could have been?
Well, there were a lot of people there. You mentioned my sister, 2 sister-in-laws, a brother-in-law. I'm not sure.
Will you turn the lights back on, please, and take the photo down?
I mean, also, if Karen took the photo, it doesn't really. I don't know. I don't know.
Did
if
you
it
ever see
changes
this photo
anything.
from Jim McCabe?
No.
Did you ever see it from Julie Albert?
No.
Chris Albert didn't take it. He's in it.
Right.
Tim didn't take it. He's in it.
Right.
You obviously didn't take it.
Right.
And who's the guy on the far right?
Tim.
That was Tim. Who's the guy next to Tim?
John.
Z, I give the defense lots
Right.
of chances.
So who do you think?
Do you still need the photo up? I'm sorry. I thought you were done with it.
Do you remember?
Yeah, it was John. Yeah.
Okay.
He just ignored
Yes.
the judge.
Yes.
Just
I don't
ignored
even
her.
know.
Okay.
I give the defense lots of chances, but I'm going to call out the things where I think they're reaching.
So given the fact that you were never shown that, you've never seen that photo before today, correct?
I saw a photo that was sent to me in discovery or to my attorney that showed only, I believe, me and John in the picture.
Okay.
I think it's the same photo, only that's
Cropped.
blown up to show everybody.
Got it. So given what you now know about that night, who was there, the fact that John is posing for a photo right next to you, who do you think took the photo, sir?
I have no idea who took the photo.
Could it have been Karen Reed?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's
Calls
move
for
along.
speculation.
In fact,
Because it could have been Jen McCabe.
you were interacting with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe throughout that evening, correct?
I remember having conversations with John that evening. I don't necessarily remember speaking to Karen that evening.
Irrespective of whether or not you spoke to her, you obviously saw her there.
Yes.
You were there with her for a couple of hours.
Well, I wasn't there with her for a few hours. I was there with other people.
Okay. So without splitting hairs, she was there, correct?
Yes.
John was there.
Yes.
You were socializing with John.
Yes.
She was right next to him.
Sometimes, perhaps not, maybe all the times I was talking to him, no.
So you were socializing not exclusively with her,
Right.
but certainly socializing with her 6 days before John O'Keefe ended up dead on your lawn, correct?
So why would you say
We were there at the
you
same time, yes.
never
And yet,
saw her?
when you were asked 3 months later,
The
do
distancing.
you know Karen Reed, or how do you know Karen Reed? The actual question was, so the female you've never met before, is that fair to say? That was Mr. Lowry's question, and your immediate response was, no, I've never met her or seen her before, correct? That's what you said.
That's not my whole response, no.
That's what you said immediately
He
upon
said
that
maybe
question,
once.
sir.
He said maybe once.
That's the beginning of my response, yes.
That was the first sentence out of your mouth.
Yes.
Yes. Maybe once is
You also testified
not we were at a
the
bar together
subsequent
for a
grand
night.
jury. In June of 2023.
But maybe it is.
When asked what was your impression of Miss Reed, you said, quote, I honestly didn't really have one. I didn't have any conversation with her. I just kind of saw her from across the table. I didn't really think of it either way.
I don't
Correct?
doubt that, honestly.
I don't know what that question is referring to. Is that for the waterfall or is that for Hillside?
I don't doubt that he would just discount her and be
Okay,
like, whatever,
yes.
she's just there with John.
So in
He keeps referring to her as a
June
female.
of 23, a little over a year later, your testimony significantly changed from no, I've never met or seen her before, to I really didn't have a conversation with her. I saw her across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
No, I think
Okay.
those are very similar testimonies.
When you were asked in the other proceeding, and this is about the waterfall, question, did you talk to Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? You answered unequivocally, I did not. Is that right?
Yes.
He was busy fucking around with Brian Higgins.
And that's what you told the...
I'm waiting for him to just be like, look, man, I don't talk to other women. My wife isn't having that, and I just don't. Like, I don't know if there's any there with this. I think there's probably more there with other stuff, but he did say maybe once, and I really get the feeling that he's just not paying attention to any of the women that are there, and he's talking to the Brian Higgins and others. Okay.
June grand jury, June of 23, correct?
Are you referring to the state grand jury? Or?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's why I'm using dates. I'm trying to be careful.
Right.
April.
I'm just not clear on what all the dates were.
I'll see if I can clarify.
Okay.
April 2022, state grand jury. June of 2023, a different grand jury.
Okay.
Okay. When you were asked at the June of 2023 grand jury, did you ever talk with Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? Your answer was, I did not. Correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. With the court's permission, could I play a small clip from Exhibit 53?
I'm waiting for it to come out that his wife is like, you're never allowed to speak to other women. I'm waiting for more detail on that because he's like, I never looked at anybody, didn't see anyone. I know nothing.
Play this, and I would direct your attention, sir.
I talked to my wife and her sister. That's it. I think the reason they can't say federal grand jury is because it could leave a wrong impression without context for the jury, and it's not really relevant. So they're using the date.
Pause it.
I mean,
Do you recognize the individuals in this?
Carla, I understand. Carla's point in the chat
Yes.
is, but a police officer is not just any guy. He would be aware of everything because they have to be. But also apparently doesn't care that his doors are unlocked at home and is not alarmed by people barging into his bedroom at 6 a.m. So I don't really know. Oh, is he talking to her in the video? Is that where we're going to get to? Probably. I'm going to end Smolin.
You recognize?
No, that was the opposite way.
Yes, I believe that's me.
You recognize that person?
I do. I believe that's the defendant.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
What
He
does
looks
it
like
appear
he's
you
pointing at the bar,
are
though.
doing as it relates to Ms. Reed in this clip?
He looks like he's pointing at the
It appears that I'm
bartender.
talking at the table. I don't know if it's specifically to her, but
And she's standing there.
Can you play it? Stop. Did you see the part of the clip starting at 11:53 and 15 seconds, going back about 30 seconds?
yes.
Who did it appear you were talking directly to, and who did it appear was answering directly to you?
I looked like I was speaking, but I can't say for sure that I was directly talking to the defendant.
I mean, that's
Even
a lot
though
of
it looked
splitting
like you were
hairs.
looking right at her and leaning toward her as she's answering you.
I was definitely looking that way. I don't remember the conversation.
The reality is, will you take that down?
That's gonna be
The reality is, Mr. Albert, you had many conversations with her throughout the night, like you would with anybody else you were socializing with, correct?
No.
It's not like you ignored her through that evening.
No, I think that just the positioning of me on the other side of the table, I didn't have really much contact.
There was only one person.
No, I mean, at the end when he looked like he was pointing at the bar, it looked like they chatted, but he's distancing himself so much from it, it's sus.
Between you and that was Mr. Higgins.
No, I don't think that was the setup for the whole night.
I didn't say the whole night.
Right.
I'm talking about right then.
Right. So
That's an example.
right. What's your question? Rephrase your question, please.
Did you or did you not have conversations with Karen Reed that night?
I do not recall having conversations with Karen Reed that night at all. No.
And that's what you told the grand jury under oath,
Said, I don't
notwithstanding this video evidence to the contrary.
It's like, I don't know what we were talking
Yes, I don't think that video shows that.
I'm going to let that stand. Next question, please.
She's ready for him to move on.
You were interviewed by Michael
He's
Proctor on
standing
January
his ground on
29th,
that.
the day after this incident, correct?
Yes.
And that was 6 days after you spent several hours, Karen Reed, at this event, correct? 6 days later.
Yes.
You were asked by Michael Proctor whether or not you knew or what your relationship was with Karen Reed, correct?
I don't recall if he asked me that.
Did you say to Michael Proctor, quote, that you quote, did not know Karen Reed, end quote?
I may have. Yes.
Because it's still his
But
impression.
when
He
you made
doesn't
that
know
statement,
her.
you did not know that Miss Reed had a photograph of you at the Hillside Bar, correct? You didn't know that photo existed, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I mean,
Sir, you were trying to distance yourself from Miss Reed in your interview with Michael Proctor, weren't
putting
you?
the point on it.
Objection.
Were you?
No, I was not.
Mr. Albert, you were trying to distance yourself from knowing Miss Reed in your grand jury testimony with, well, I'll use the date, in your April 2022 grand jury testimony, weren't you?
No.
You were further trying to distance yourself from Miss Reed in your June 2023 grand jury testimony as well, correct?
No.
You thought that it was important to try to deny knowing John O'Keefe and Karen Reed during those interviews and or that testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm not sure how I take this line of questioning. And I'm not sure if I was the defense, if I wouldn't have gone a different way with this, which is Karen Reed's not from around here. So you didn't even pay attention to the fact that she was there. She is so much of an outsider that even having a conversation with her on video, you didn't even register it because you don't care, because she's an outsider. I think I would have gone completely the other direction with that, because I think that might be closer to the truth, is that he just doesn't give a fuck who she is because she's not one of them. So even if they had a conversation, he doesn't even clock it because he's never going to get to know her. He's never going to accept her into their group. He doesn't give a fuck that she exists because she's not one of them. I actually don't think he's lying. I don't think he's trying to distance himself. I honestly think Karen Reed's just not even in his orbit. And I wonder how much she felt like that trying to integrate into this group because she's the outsider. And I'm surprised the defense didn't go that way with this, but there might be more that we don't know. But I don't think he's being evasive. I don't think he's trying to distance. I honestly don't think he clocked her at all. Like, just at all. I think blinders on. I think the only reason he gave John O'Keefe much time is because he knew John took his niece and nephew. John lived in Canton, and John was a Boston police officer. And he was talking to the guys. It seems that all the other women at the bar were related to his wife. So why would he pay attention to her? That's what I'm thinking with this, but we'll see. He might have been distancing himself. Might have been.
Albert,
we'll see what else comes out.
You knew that if you admitted having a relationship with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, you'd have a lot to answer for when Karen Reed's boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question differently.
It's a good question.
You knew that there would be questions about your relationship with Karen Reed if it were known that you knew her before her boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct? There would be questions.
Objection.
Can ask it a different way. That's sustained.
This is calling for speculation. You're a police officer, right?
So you
You
lied
run
under
investigation.
oath when you said, I've never met or seen her before, correct?
No, because that wasn't my whole statement.
The sentence, I've never met or seen her before, pretty unequivocal, isn't it?
That was not the context of my whole sentence.
He's like, no, I equivocated at the end there.
But those are the words that came out of your mouth, right?
Initially, and then I remembered that I had met her once.
Let me just ask it this way.
Sure.
Is that sentence true or false? That you had never met or seen her before? True or false?
That portion of that sentence is false.
Let's get this on the record.
Sure.
Did John O'Keefe come into your house at 34 Fairview at any time on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not. I wished he had.
And you're as sure about that as you are about the statement that you had never met or seen Karen Reed in your life,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained.
Misstates.
Can ask it differently, Mr.
That
Johnson.
misstates the evidence.
I want to get back to the waterfall. I know I asked you this about the hillside. I may not have asked you about this.
It just feels like
the waterfall.
There's
Did
more
Brian
here with this
say
witness.
anything to you about John
So
O'Keefe
why
and Karen
harp
Reed
on
walking
this?
in together at the waterfall?
No.
Jury's going to start to get
Did he
annoyed.
say anything or give you any
Y'all are starting to get
indication
annoyed.
he was upset about Karen Reed showing up with John O'Keefe?
No, he did not.
It
about
appeared
Brian
from your
Higgins.
observations that John and Karen were getting along at the waterfall.
I didn't really notice, but I didn't notice anything was wrong.
Like, I didn't
appeared
pay
pleasant.
attention to them at all.
Yes.
Happy.
I don't know if they appeared happy. I didn't really notice.
They were interacting with others.
Yes.
You didn't notice any tension,
No.
no argument,
No.
no yelling or fighting.
Nope.
They looked like a normal, happy couple.
Yes.
Did either of them appear to you to be completely drunk?
I didn't have a ton of interaction with John or Karen that night, so I can't really say, but it didn't appear them that they were drunk. No.
You had an opportunity to review the waterfall video. You did it with Mr. Lally, correct?
The only small portion of it.
Right, but even in that small portion, and based on your memory, you don't remember that anybody being stumbling drunk and falling down over stools and things of that nature?
No.
Okay. They appeared to be acting appropriately.
That he probably would
Yes.
have
and
noticed.
interacting with others appropriately.
Yes.
It's not
People
like
were
a real
buying drinks
housewives.
for others, is that right?
Falling in
I'm
business.
sure. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure that was going on. Yes.
It's not that unusual to say, hey, I'll get this round, correct?
Yes.
You left the waterfall at 11:58, is that right?
Yes. Approximately.
Who was invited to come over to your house upon leaving the waterfall?
My wife invited everybody. My
Whoever
wife's
wanted to,
sister
really.
invited everybody.
You'd been drinking since about what time in the evening or in the afternoon?
Yeah, when did you eat?
9-ish.
That's when you went to the hillside?
Yes.
That's when you had your first drink?
Yes.
And you continued drinking throughout the evening consistently?
Yes.
Did you believe you were okay to drive?
Yes.
What kind of car did you have at the time?
Ford Edge.
Black?
Yes.
Who rode? Did you drive that car home from the waterfall?
Yes.
Who rode with you?
My wife and my daughter.
What other cars were in the driveway when you got there?
I don't recall. Brian Higgins' Jeep was in the driveway backing up as we pulled in.
So kind of in your way.
Yes.
In other words, you weren't going to park. You weren't going to park him in.
I didn't want to block him in.
Right. Right.
So they were
you
shuffling.
waited until he moved his Jeep out of the way,
Yes.
and then you pulled in.
Yes.
Where,
Yeah, it's his-
where in the driveway did you pull?
His Ford Edge is like a work issued vehicle, undercover non-cruiser. So I'm not surprised he was driving it because he had gone to the funeral in New York. He had flown there. So he had driven his work vehicle to wherever he parked to go to Logan, flew to New York, drove back with Higgins, I imagine, picked up his car and then went out. He hadn't even been home yet. So I'm not surprised he's in his work issued vehicle. at all.
I believe I pulled to the left side of the driveway.
Am I
You
surprised
would've
that he
been
was
closest
drinking
to
and
the
driving
garage,
it?
or was there
Sadly,
a
that
car
doesn't surprise me either.
between you and the garage?
I would have been closest to the left side walkway. I don't think there was a car in front of me,
I
but I'm
also
not
don't know if he
100%.
was intoxicated at this point.
Mr. Albert, did you move that black Ford Edge at any point that night after you got home?
No.
That's what I mean. Thank you, Sarah. Unmarked car.
Brian Higgins was the first person to actually physically get to the house. He got there before you, correct?
Yes.
Again, I don't know if he was
Describe his Jeep.
drunk, but he had been drinking.
He had a Jeep Wrangler. I believe it's white. I think it's white.
Any appendage on it?
A plow.
A snow plow on the front
Yes.
that can hydraulically go up and down.
I didn't see it that closely. I'm assuming it can, but I don't know that for sure.
After Mr. Higgins moved out of your way, out of the driveway, where did he put that Jeep?
I don't know. I don't know where he parked.
So you wouldn't have gotten to the house if you left Waterfall at 11:58. You have to get out to your car, get in your car, start it up, drive home, wait for Brian Higgins to move his Jeep, park your car, then get into the house. That's a fair assessment of the mechanism of you getting home that night, correct?
Him not moving the car matters because what we learned from opening, and we're not there yet, is that the snowplow driver saw a black Ford Edge parked, and the Edge is a pretty, like, if the Ford vehicle is a pretty more distinctive. It doesn't, you're not going to confuse it for like an Explorer. It's bigger than an Escape. Anyway, the snow plow driver saw it parked in front of the house, but when law enforcement showed up, the cars were in the driveway, it seems, from everything. So he said he never moved the car, but it is the same car that is his work vehicle that never seemed to be investigated. So that's going to matter.
Yes.
You wouldn't have gotten into the house until, what, 12:15? Maybe 15 minutes for all that?
I would put it more, maybe 10 past 12.
Okay. 12:10 or so?
That would just be a guess.
So it could have been 12:15.
Yeah, and it could have been 12:07.
Are you going to fight him on everything?
Who was inside the house when you walked in?
He's not trying to flame you on this part.
My nephew Colin, my son Brian, and then he had two friends, female friends. I believe it's Sarah and Julie.
What were they doing inside the house?
They were sitting at the kitchen table.
And you're
Boston Toast 10. You clearly haven't been here very long. It's okay. There's probably another chat for you. We're just going witness by witness as we see it. This just might not be the chat for you if you've already made up your mind on this case. We haven't.
nephew.
We're taking it
Colin,
as it comes.
How old was he at the time?
I believe 17 or 18.
Right.
Describe him.
In what way?
Height, weight.
That was fast.
So 2.5 years ago. So he was probably 5'11",
I could never answer this question.
maybe 6 feet, and probably 100 and, I'm guessing 175 pounds.
Big boy.
He's
Not a small kid.
right.
Bigger than me.
How much? Really, internet? Somebody saying to me, how big was somebody 2 years ago? I'm just going to be like, what? Like, what? There's no way I could answer this question. But I think this kid was a football player, so we'll see. Lex in the chat said, Emily called it before trial started. I know. You do this long enough, you know how it's going to go. It's okay. There's plenty. I understand we're the largest stream covering the trial, so people wander in and just don't know yet.
Significantly.
So
Yes.
it's fine. They'll find somewhere else.
Athletic guy.
Yes.
Played football.
Yes.
Good at football.
Yes.
Which is probably more why he
You
knows
testified that you went to the bathroom after you arrived home,
how
correct?
big he is.
Yes. After saying hi to everybody, I went to the bathroom.
Was that upstairs or downstairs?
I'm not sure. I have a bathroom downstairs and not downstairs, but on that floor and then upstairs. So I'm not sure which one I went to.
When you came
I think
back
it was
down-
upstairs.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
I
interrupt.
think it may have been upstairs, but I'm not sure.
When you came back downstairs from the bathroom or came out of the bathroom, wherever it was, you no longer saw Colin.
Yes, prior to going to the bathroom, Colin had said that he was getting picked up.
But you never saw him leave.
No,
You didn't see him leave the house, and you didn't see him get picked up by anybody.
I did not.
You
Otter,
didn't
I
see
can
a car
brag.
outside waiting for him, correct?
I didn't, no.
We have more live concurrence than most of the feeds put together. So I can just
You did
brag,
give an
brag,
initial
it's better.
statement on the morning of the 29th to Michael Lank, about 7 a.m., is that right?
Officer Lank was in the house at that time and speaking to all of us, really.
And you've admitted that you
How Lank said he was in the house 3 times. You're saying you haven't spoke to Lank till 7 a.m. What happened between your sister-in-law busting into your room with her hair on fire at 6 a.m. and you speaking to Lank at 7 a.m.? What are you telling me that an hour went by and you didn't talk to it? The timing seems off.
have known Michael Lank for many years, is that right?
Yes.
Did you see that as a problem?
In what way?
Great question.
Conflict of interest?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Did you see that as a
fair question.
conflict?
No.
You've been law
You were asked
enforcement
who was
how
present
many
at the
years?
house that night, the night before, right?
Yes.
You stated the following people were at the house that night, quote, in response to
Belladonna.
Officer Lank's question, at some point during the time in question. That's how he phrased the question. Who was at the house at some point during the time in question? You understood that, right?
I don't recall his question, no.
You knew that he was asking who was in the house, right?
That's right, yes.
So you mentioned Brian Albert Jr.,
Yes,
your son. You mentioned Caitlin Albert, your eldest.
yes,
You mentioned Julie Nagel.
yes,
You mentioned Brian Higgins.
yes.
And then you added the detail that Caitlin Albert had left your house about 12:15 a.m.
Oh, that's different than what his
No.
wife said.
You didn't say that?
I did not.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor. Yes.
Alan wasn't expecting that answer at all. Did you hear him? Alan was just like, wait, you didn't? Because it's in your report. Like, sir, what? That's wild. So the wife was very clear that Caitlin left last and that she went upstairs to go to bed after Caitlin left sometime around like 2 a.m.
Yes.
So for those of you saying, what did the wife say? The wife said like 2 a.m.
Show Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry.
But I wonder if both of the timing, if their timing changed for both of them or not. I just don't remember.
So you don't have to sit and read the entire thing. There's a, right at the top.
I put a little sticky at where you
there's a
said
word
it.
that says next. If you would read that area, that next few sentences, let me know when you're finished.
Just look up when you're done. It feels like junior high. Just look up when you're done. I'm not fast forwarding because I want to see if his expression changes just because we're in the middle of cross-examination and his face has been, he's been visibly annoyed. So I'm going to still watch. The timing inconsistencies will be interesting to see how much they matter to the jury because I think they're
Yes.
going to become more and more relevant as we get into more and more testimony. But some of the I never met
Charlie,
Karen.
did you have an opportunity?
don't know
to
how much
review
the
that
jury will
portion
care.
of a report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection about a conversation that you had along with your wife with Officer Lank?
Yes,
Isn't it true that Officer Lank asked you and your wife who else was in the house that night aside from the names already mentioned? And the names mentioned were Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, and Brian Higgins, quote, who is a friend of Brian Albert Sr., end quote. Is that right?
that's what the report says, yes.
And then the report goes on to say, they advised me that their daughter Caitlin left the house around 12:15 a.m. when she was picked up by her boyfriend, Tristan Morris, right?
That's what the report says, yes.
So you think Officer Lank got it wrong?
This is the problem with Officer Lank interviewing everybody together. It's a reasonable interpretation when it says they said that that's what his wife said, not what he said. So you can't pin him down on didn't you tell Lank that when Lank says they said, because them being interviewed together is a fucking shit show. Because you can't say, well, did you say it or did your wife say it? I don't know. And it's reasonable that he doesn't. Could he be lying about that? Sure. But how do you know when all the report says is They. Mess.
Perhaps, yes.
Mess.
Did you say that Caitlin left about 12:15?
No,
Did Nicole say in your presence that Caitlin left about 12:15?
she did not.
At any point, did Officer Lank ask you what time Caitlin left?
I don't recall him asking that. It was a very chaotic morning, and I don't remember him saying
How long
that.
have you
So
been
in
a
fact,
cop,
if he
though?
wrote that sentence in the report that you just read, he's just making that up.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way.
So he's
If
wrong.
That's what
Who's
Officer
wrong?
Lank recalls. He's just wrong, right?
Yes,
Yeah, who's wrong?
Anything else that he's wrong about in there?
I didn't read the whole report.
At no point, isn't it true that at no point during that interview did you admit or mention that Colin Albert had been at the house that night?
I don't believe I did, no.
At no point during that interview did your wife, Nicole, in your presence, admit or mention that Colin Albert was in the house that night?
No,
So did both of you conveniently forget that Colin was there?
That's a good question.
objection.
I'll ask it a different way.
Sustained.
Did you
Argumentative.
forget
That's a good
that
question.
Colin had been there?
No,
Is there a reason that you left his name out?
because he wasn't there. He left when we got there. He wasn't there for the duration of the time that we had that night.
Except
what his
for the
wife
fact that
said,
you
too.
just testified that you never saw him leave, correct?
Well, he said he was getting picked up, and then he was gone, so I assumed he left.
People say a lot of things, but you didn't see him leave, and you didn't see him in the regular floor of the house, according to you, correct?
Right,
Ground floor of the house.
right. He was no longer in my house, so he left.
Well, you didn't search the house, did you?
No,
At that time, right? And you never saw him leave.
I didn't physically see him leave, no.
You also gave a statement to Michael Proctor later that morning. It was about noon, maybe it was in the afternoon, noon, 12:30, something like that.
Are you asking?
On the 29th, you later, after you spoke with Officer Lank, you later were interviewed by Trooper Michael Proctor over at Jim McCabe's house. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Colin's name was never mentioned then either.
No,
Seems
because
like it
Colin wasn't at the house for the duration of the night.
Wasn't mentioned.
So when they said
ever.
who's in the house, talked about Brian
Colin's
Albert,
on the witness
Caitlin
list.
Albert,
Yes,
folks in the house,
yes. And there were,
Nagel,
yes. And there were other people in the house prior to us arriving. I didn't mention them either.
who's that?
There were some females, friends that were over prior to our arrival, and
But you never even saw them.
no,
So you have no idea who was there and who wasn't there before you got there.
no, I know that there were people at the house prior to me getting there.
Mr. Albert, the question that was been posed to you by several officers was, who did you see in your home when
Who
you
did you
got there,
see?
correct?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
I don't believe that's how it was asked, no.
But Colin's name was never mentioned. It's left out.
And you saw him
I
there.
testified multiple times that Colin was there when we arrived.
Oh, you did it after the fact, right?
Yes, when I was at,
You knew that the defense knew that Colin was there.
objection.
Yeah, that
Sustained.
calls for speculation.
In your initial reports to the police, his name was never mentioned. was it?
That's the point he's trying to make.
I did not mention it, no.
And Nicole did not mention it in your presence, did she?
In my presence, no.
Let's talk about Caitlin Albert, your eldest. You told Officer Lank that your daughter, well, according to Officer Lank, let me rephrase the question based on our colloquy back and forth. According to Officer Lank, you're aware that he wrote, he was told she was gone by 12:15, correct?
That's what he wrote in the report, yes.
If Caitlin
Oh,
was
no, I'm
gone
running
by
out of ink.
12:15, she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived to the house,
I was
correct?
like, I don't know when they arrived.
Because they didn't arrive for 15 minutes later.
It's like, I don't know when they arrived. We don't know when they arrived. Am I out of ink?
But she was at the house, so that would be a hypothetical.
Okay, so
I am out of ink.
fine, hypotheticals. Let me ask you a hypothetical. If in fact Caitlin was gone by 12:15, that would mean hypothetically she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived 15 minutes later.
Objection.
I don't think we know.
Sustained.
It's not in evidence when John and Karen arrived. So you can't really give a hypothetical because it assumes facts, not in evidence, and he's not an expert. And you can ask
When you were
hypothetical
interviewed
to experts.
by Officer Lank that morning, other people were in the room, not just you and Officer Lank, correct?
Yes, I wouldn't consider that morning to be an interview with Officer Lank.
More of a conversation.
Yes,
During that
Yeah.
conversation,
Definitely wasn't an
Nicole was
interview.
there.
yes,
She was in earshot.
yes,
When she was involved in the conversation, you were within earshot.
yes.
Brian Jr. would have been within earshot.
Brian Jr. wasn't downstairs most of that morning, so he may not have been.
But he was there for part of the morning.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that he was there at the time. Mike, Officer Lank was asking questions.
The fact of the matter is, notwithstanding what Officer Lank wrote that you said about Caitlin leaving at 12:15, she did not leave at 12:15. Isn't that right?
She did not, no.
As a matter of fact, in truth, except for the people who lived there, Caitlin was the very last person to leave that location that morning, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And she's admitted that she did not leave until nearly 2 a.m.,
That's
1:45.
not an
correct?
evidence.
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, that's
You're
not an
aware that
evidence.
she did not leave until 1:45 or thereafter. Is that right?
I believe that's around the time, yes.
And he was
Were
upstairs
you
by
trying
then,
to
he
cover for
said.
Caitlin
That's
so
the
your
question.
daughter would not be wrapped up in this investigation?
No.
But as a reminder, when you were spoken to by the first two officers who discussed who was in the house, you never mentioned Colin was even there, correct?
Objection.
We've gone over that. Next question, please. Sustained.
If
I love
Colin was
Lolly
gone,
objecting on asked and answered
just like
grounds is
Caitlin was
hilarious.
gone, that would eliminate them from ever being at the house at the same time as John O'Keefe and Karen Hoover, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
We don't
On
have it.
January 29th, about 11:30 or 12, we talked about the fact that you were interviewed.
He looks pissed. The issue that we're bumping into with this cross-examination is that we don't know yet in time when it's supposed that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at the house. None of that's in evidence yet. So the defense has to lay that timeline with this witness in cross-examination, but can't actually ask it specifically because it's just not in evidence yet. The prosecution gets to choose the order the witnesses are coming in. The witness who was texting back and forth with John O'Keefe was Jen McCabe. So that's not in yet because of the order the witnesses are coming in. This can all be revisited in the defense's case in chief. But for now, we're getting to see this witness, A, be very annoyed, and B, trying to nail down the timing, and C, dealing with the issue that, well, when you interview everyone together, you can't pin down who said what or if the report's wrong. And that's the problem. Everything is just kind of murky and it's hard to pin down who said what to who. But when you get constant distancing, it could leave the jury with the impression that there is something there. Like, if there's nothing there, why fight him on everything when you're testifying?
Interviewed by Michael Proctor at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
You knew at the time that the state police were looking to interview Jennifer McCabe.
And then there's that.
About her understanding of what had happened the night before.
Objection.
And then there's
Sustained.
that. He already testified to it.
You were
He's-
notified that the state police were going to interview Jen McCabe.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Were you notified that?
No.
You knew the subject matter of an interview with Jen McCabe was going to happen over, the subject matter of the night before was going to happen over at Jen McCabe's house. That's why you went there, right?
Objection. No.
I'll allow it.
No.
Isn't it true that you knew you had been notified, or at least you believed that an interview with Jen McCabe as part of an official police investigation was going to occur at her house?
Yes.
You were not asked by the police
Right.
to join her, correct?
No.
You had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
What do you, I don't know what you mean by official reason.
You were not working the investigation yourself.
No.
You were a witness, correct?
Right.
And yet
So
you
you had no
went
official reason to be at Jen
to your
McCabe's house
sister-in-law's
during
house.
an interview with Jen McCabe.
while she
Objection.
was being interviewed.
No, I'll allow it.
No.
So, but before she gave her statement, you made sure that you were right there to monitor that interview and exactly what was said.
That's a good
correct?
argument.
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you in her house when Jim McKay was interviewed by Michael Hopkins?
Her house, yes,
You had gone to her house, correct?
I did.
You went there before she gave the interview.
Yes,
So you were there in her house during the entirety of her interview, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And importantly, Jim McCabe knew you were in her house during that interview, correct?
I assume she knew, yes.
What do you mean you
I mean, you're in her
assume
house
she?
after all.
Did you
Yes.
see her when you walked in? Come on. I've now run through ink on 2 pens. I'm not even in court.
I want to get back to 34
Can you
Fairview,
imagine
if I
these jurors?
could.
Do you think they're just at this point doodling?
In the early morning hours of January 29th, Brian Higgins directly followed you into the house after you walked in, correct?
Could you rephrase that?
Sure. You walked in, even though there was some moving of cars, you were the first one to walk into the house. And Brian Higgins followed you.
Yes,
Nicole and Caitlin then came in shortly after that.
I think Nicole and Caitlin probably came in around the same time as me,
Did you make
and
another-
then Brian Higgins.
Sorry. Did you make another drink once you walked into the house?
Did I make a drink?
Did you make a drink? Grab a beer?
Yes,
Okay. When I say make a drink, did you get a drink?
yes.
What drink did you get?
I don't know. Probably just would have been whatever was at the house, a beer or something.
Okay. Did Higgins have another drink?
I don't know.
What did you do? What did you and Brian Higgins do once you were inside the house?
We just kind of hung out, talked.
At any point, did you and Brian Higgins go down to the basement?
No, I don't remember going to the basement.
You don't remember going to the basement, or you didn't go to the basement?
No, I didn't go to the basement.
Did Brian Higgins go to the basement?
Not that I know of.
And you didn't go upstairs to the second floor, did you?
He did.
I think I did go upstairs, yes.
Isn't it true that Brian Higgins has never been upstairs in your house?
He said he wanted
Prior
to
to
show
that
him
night?
pictures.
Ever, including that night specifically.
I don't think that's true, no.
You owned a dog at the time, correct?
Yes,
He said he
A
took
German Shepherd named
Higgins
Chloe.
upstairs to show him pictures.
yes. Mix.
Describe that dog as being not great with strangers. Isn't that true?
Are you trying to distance from your dog being a German Shepherd? Mix. Sir, they're just going to fight and fight and fight and fight and fight. I'm very interested to hear about the dog.
Yes, mix.
Describe that dog as being not great with strangers. Isn't that true?
I did describe it that way, yes.
You testified that, quote, it started barking because it realized that people were downstairs.
He's calling the dog it too? They have described Chloe the dog as the beloved family pet. And in all of these interviews, they're referring to the dog as it. I am so put off by that. I can't get over it. Like, I can't get over it. I am so bothered by this. This is what's going to turn the jury off on this witness. All of them calling their beloved dog it. I hope Chloe likes Vermont.
That's true, no.
I
You
had to
owned a
back
dog
up.
at the time, correct?
Yes,
The German Shepherd named Chloe.
yes. Mix.
Describe that dog as being not great with strangers. Isn't that true?
I did describe it that way, yes.
You testified that, quote, it started barking because it realized that people were downstairs, end quote, right?
Yes,
Chloe had a penchant for barking when she heard people, correct?
no, not necessarily.
She did that night.
Yeah, I think she wanted to use the bathroom.
Well, that's not what you said in your testimony. You said it started barking because it realized
He
there were
knows.
people downstairs, right?
Right.
So your German Shepherd, probably a decent guard dog, if she heard commotion and people, she would bark.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Obviously, if Chloe hears commotion and people, she's apt to bark. That's the only question.
No,
So just that night out of nowhere, first time ever, Chloe starts barking when people walk into the house.
No, it's not the first time ever, but she didn't bark often.
Okay. But she did bark that night, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you gave under oath for why she started barking was because there were people downstairs milling about, right?
Yes.
So in that instance, on January 29th, in the early morning hours, she was barking because she heard people.
Well, I can't say why she was barking.
Well, you did say why she was barking.
I let her out to use the bathroom, so I think that's probably why.
Except your testimony was it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs. Those are your words, Mr. Albert, not
Right.
mine.
Okay.
Do you stand by those?
Yes.
Okay.
Jackson's going to keep saying it.
You ultimately did let Chloe out to go to the bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And then you allowed her to stay downstairs and you monitored her with the others who were in the house. Isn't that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you testified in that state grand jury, the same April grand jury, April of 2022. So I let it go out to the bathroom. I let it back in. I kind of monitored it a little because we usually don't have people over the house and the dog's not great with strangers, period. So I was just making sure that the dog was all right with the people that were over, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So in fact,
That's not what his wife
you
said.
did keep Chloe downstairs at least for a period of time with people that were over, right?
Yes, for a few minutes, I think.
Mr. Albert, after you learned that there were questions being raised about John's injuries and dog bites and scratches, in May of 2022, you got rid of that dog, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it.
It's compound.
At some
It's
point-
argumentative.
Your family got rid of Chloe.
Chloe was rehomed in May
And we can use
2023.
whatever words we want to. Rehomed, rehoused, whatever. But you got rid of her. She's no longer part of the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Allow that.
Right.
Rehomed to Vermont.
When did you get rid of her?
He said May 2022.
So Chloe was rehomed in, I believe, May
Of 2022,
of 2022.
just months after the incident that we're discussing.
Well,
Yeah.
after it was involved, she was involved in a dog fight with another dog out front.
Right, but that's also after the incident.
Yes.
I mean, yes, those
Yes,
two time
May.
periods are the same.
That's a family pet that you had for 6 years or 7 years.
Approximately 6 or 7 years.
I mean, they refer to the dog
Not
as
sure.
And your explanation just now for having gotten rid of that dog is because it bit another dog and ultimately sent 2 women to the hospital, correct?
I believe 2 women went to the hospital. Yes.
But you took no action to get rid of Chloe until after you knew that serious questions were being raised about John O'Keefe's,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained.
At some point, you did realize there were questions being
Chat, you let me know. Does the explanation make sense? Alan is trying to argue you didn't rehome the dog until you found out that we were asking questions about the dog. We know from the testimony with his wife and now with him that Chloe escaped the yard, got in a fight with another dog. 2 women tried to break up the fight with the other dog and ended up also getting bitten. And one of the women went to the hospital. Is the timing suspicious, or is the timing just Chloe escaped the yard, got in a dog fight, somebody tried to break up the dog fight with their hands and got bitten, and the timing is just overlapping and a coincidence or not? You let me know what you think. I mean, is it suspicious, or is it just, after the dog fight and you bite somebody, you let the dog go? But do you, or do you keep the dog in the house? Like, do you rehome a dog after a dog getting out and getting into a dog fight? I don't know.
raised about John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, correct?
Objection.
You'll allow that. Did you realize that?
I heard some talk about it, yes.
And he knew that questions were being raised about John's injuries at this point.
As of January of 2022,
The jury
John
can make that
O'Keefe had
conclusion
never
for
been in your
themselves.
house, hadn't he?
John O'Keefe was never in my house before or after that date.
Certainly, John O'Keefe.
Well, after that
you
date, he
would
was
agree
dead.
with me, he would count, were he in your house, he would count as a stranger to Chloe. wouldn't he? Never met her.
Hypothetically, yes.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about your house. I know there's multiple bedrooms. Are all the bedrooms on the top floor?
Yes.
Okay. How many bedrooms?
5.
As we're looking at your house, from the street, looking at your house, are your bedroom windows, your and Nicole's,
Tamara, Sandy in the chat said, I want to bite history before I make up my mind because it might just be the latest in a constant behavioral problem. And if so, none of them have testified to that, though. And if that's true, are they, again, distancing themselves from the fact that the defense is arguing the victim has animal wounds on his arm? Because that's not consistent with them saying that, you know, he never came in the house. So we'll see.
bedroom
I had fuzz on my lip.
visible from the street?
Yes.
So how many
Which
bedrooms?
windows would they be?
5 bedrooms.
If you were facing the house, they would be far left corner.
We saw
Upper
this with
or
his
lower?
wife.
Upper.
Upper left corner.
Yes.
How many windows? 3 or 2, sir?
The
said that.
accent.
2.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could I display Exhibit 66?
Okay.
And this is, I think, the composite that they used that I found so helpful last time. We finally saw this,
Is displayed on that television?
where
Yes.
the bedroom
What does
window
that
is.
appear to be to you?
The house at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. Understanding this is a graphic representation, not a photograph. Do you see the windows that you just described servicing your bedroom on that graphic?
Yes.
Are they?
Oh, well, that's impossible.
Okay.
So
Upper left, 2 windows, correct?
Yes.
And those overlook what part of the lawn?
front,
The front lawn.
Okay. Front lawn toward the left side of the house, not toward the driveway, correct?
Right. I mean, it's the whole front lawn, but yeah.
Right. But they're toward the left side of the house.
The windows are, yes. I thought you asked about the view.
Right.
So the view's the whole front yard.
I'm just trying to make the record, the spoken record as clear as possible.
Right.
it's
They're on the left
not
side of the
because y'all are
house.
Yes.
They
fighting.
directly overlook this portion of the lawn, the left side of the lawn.
He's
Yes.
not. The windows overlook
Furthest
the
from the
entire
driveway.
lawn.
Yes.
We can take that down. Where's your bed, or where was your bed inside that
Remember, they
as
since sold the
relates
house.
to the windows?
I'm just trying to think of how to describe it. So the bed would be in the middle of the bedroom.
Okay. It's a
Floating?
bad question on my part because we haven't done that. Let's do it this way. How many feet from the windows would the closest part of your bed be to those windows?
Maybe
Never been able to
5
answer
feet. 6 feet.
You indicated that Nicole came to bed about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Where was the dog?
The dog was in my room.
And she was sleeping on a mat in your room.
Yes.
And that mat is also about 6 feet from the windows.
Yes.
6 feet being from me to Miss Little, maybe this far,
Could be, yes.
He's
Maybe
walking
a
around
little
the
further,
courtroom.
but yes.
maybe this far.
Maybe.
And that's the thing. For those of you saying, you know, rehoming the dog is one thing, but you rehomed the dog, you sold the house. Like, at what point is it too much? Like, at what point does that become too much? So that's what they're building here.
It's a relatively quiet street generally, Fairview.
Yes.
Not an enormous amount of through traffic,
No.
not a busy freeway or a
foot traffic?
highway, correct?
No.
There's train tracks.
Not an especially noisy street,
He said there's
The
train
street,
tracks
no.
behind him.
especially at 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning, right?
Right.
Where were you at 6:03 on the morning of January 29, 2022?
I was sleeping in my room.
6 feet from that window.
Yes.
Was Nicole in bed with you?
Yes.
Had you taken any medication the night before?
No.
Were you on any sedatives,
No.
And
sleeping
retired.
pills?
No.
Were you wearing a sleep apnea machine?
No.
Were you wearing an eye mask?
No.
Were you wearing earplugs?
No.
I mean, I wear both of those things.
Shortly thereafter became
Always an
aware
eye
that
mask.
6 emergency vehicles, including a fire engine, police cruisers, and unmarked police vehicles, a civilian SUV, were all parked in front of your house that morning, correct?
I'm not aware of what type of vehicles were parked there, no.
You seen photographs since this incident?
Of the vehicles out front?
Right.
No.
Are you aware that all of those vehicles had their engines running?
No.
Are you
Ninja Kitty made a comment in the chat. None of that is in evidence about the pool and the basement. We'll see if it comes in, but none of that's in evidence. What's in evidence is sold the house, he retired, rehomed the dog. We'll see what else comes into evidence, but that's what's in evidence so far. And I'm trying to keep clear what is in evidence versus what is more broadly known, because that's just not in evidence yet. And I don't know if it will be.
aware that all the emergency vehicles at least had their lights on?
So he said he's
flashing
never
lights?
seen photos of the
No.
emergency vehicles or
Were you
video.
aware that there were a number of first responders
weird.
outside their vehicles traipsing around your lawn?
Was I aware?
Were you aware at the time?
No.
It's so hard to
Were you
believe.
aware that there were emergency responders,
The
first responders,
Dog's not.
who were talking to each other over the din of the wind and the snow?
What?
To communicate with each other?
No.
You're aware that there were 3 women on your lawn at one point?
Just only after the fact.
And at least
We heard the dash cam video with the police doors closed, windows up, snow, wind, all of it. You could hear Karen Reed wailing at the top of her lungs, just screaming at the top of her lungs. And it carried, you couldn't always make out what she was saying, but it carried onto the dash cam. And you don't hear someone wailing?
one of those women was screaming to the top of her lungs at 6:03?
No.
That seems weird.
Again, your German Shepherd was 6 feet from the
Your
window,
dog's
correct?
not barking?
I don't know that for sure.
That's where Matt was.
Well, that doesn't mean that's where she always is. She also sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Oh, so now Chloe's in the closet.
I didn't say she was in the closet. I said she sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Was she sleeping in the closet area that morning?
I don't remember.
Likelihood that she's sleeping on that mat 5 or 6 feet from that window, correct?
Objection. I don't know.
I don't know where the dog was when I was asleep, because I was asleep, is what
And
he's
your
saying.
explanation, and by the way, we've already talked about this. Earlier that day, you've already indicated she was barking because she heard people and noises downstairs.
That's
when
the
you guys came
point
in the
that
house.
matters.
Yes.
And your explanation is that you and Nicole and Chloe, the German Shepherd, all slept through the entirety of that commotion.
And a
on your
leaf
phone.
blower.
Yes.
That's so odd.
To be clear, you are a trained first responder.
Yes.
Yet during that entire event, after you were awakened,
Your dog's not
all that
barking?
chaos on your front lawn, you never came out of your house to assist or investigate in any manner whatsoever, did you, Mr. Albert?
Once I was awakened?
Correct.
Ever.
No.
So odd.
We've talked about this a little bit, but I want to ask you a couple of other questions about the layout of the house. The house is sitting on top of a basement, correct?
Yes.
Or was at the time. Describe how you get to the basement from inside the house if you come in the front door. And when I say, I'm sorry to do this, I don't mean to interrupt you. There's 2 front doors that you go in, correct?
Yes.
For purposes of my question, Mr. Albert, I'm going to talk about the one that's right in front of you, the obvious one, as the front door, and the one to the right of it as you're looking at the house as the side door, okay?
Okay.
Because I don't know how else to describe it. If you come in the front door, describe for the jurors, where is the basement door as compared to that?
So
He's probably doing things,
you walk straight ahead.
but I
You
can't
pass
see.
the kitchen dining room area opening on your right-hand side, and there's a door on the left.
How many paces? The door opens, how many paces to walk over and grab that door handle?
I'm not sure, maybe 10?
10 full paces.
Maybe, yeah.
So
Maybe 8, maybe 8.
What's a
Hours is
pace
about
versus step?
4 long steps, correct?
Well, I don't know. You asked paces, so 6 feet,
6 feet.
6 to 8 feet, maybe.
Got it. What was the basement used for in January of 2022?
So the basement had a weight room in one of the rooms, and the other room was nothing at the time.
There's
It had
multiple
been
rooms?
damaged, water damage due to an overflowed toilet.
So part of the flooring had been ripped up,
Yes,
and that opened up some slab concrete downstairs.
yes,
There was also some plywood downstairs.
yes,
There were a couple of mats where the actual weights were, so they're not slamming down onto concrete.
yes,
But there was a good amount of that floor that was just exposed concrete.
yes,
The workout equipment would include things like what? Barbells, dumbbells,
yes,
heavy weights,
yes,
heavy bars
yep,
made from metal.
yep.
Once you're down in the basement, by the way, there's 2 flights that you go down at angles to get to the basement. A series of steps, a landing, take a left, another series of steps, and you stand on the basement.
Yes, not a long staircase, very small, but
Right. I mean, it's narrow and tight, but in other words, you don't just walk straight down a staircase. You go down to a landing, turn left,
turns a little.
go down, turn left again, and now you're in the basement.
Yes.
If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the house, could you do that?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
What's the objection? It's a fair question. Do you have to go up the stairs or not?
Could you rephrase the question?
I'll say it again. If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the main house, could you do that?
Yes, I mean, it would depend what it was, obviously, how big it was, or
How would you do that?
there's a bulkhead door you can use.
Got it. Where does that bulkhead door come out of?
It comes out to the backyard, right at the kitchen area. You can see it from the kitchen.
And right to the
So
left
you don't
of that
have to exit through the house.
is the side fence.
Yes,
And directly through that side fence is the front yard.
yes,
The same side of the front yard as John O'Keefe's body was found.
yes.
Your Honor, I would ask
Well, that's new
to
information.
mark a video. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm interested what they're going to put up. I mean, I do understand why this witness is stressed. No matter what you believe about this case, and I don't
Mr.
know
Jackson,
that
would you like to take the morning recess?
we have all of the
That'd be
facts.
great.
Wait,
Good time.
fantastic.
Thank you.
I would also like a morning recess. We're going to zoom though. I need to make
All right, please.
coffee.
Parents, put down your notebooks and follow me, please.
So, as they're breaking for the morning recess, we're getting into the fact that the basement at the Albert residence can be exited through the backyard, which is on the same side of the house, it seems, towards the left side, closer to where the victim was found. That is the line of questioning that we're ending on for the morning
Do you
break.
anticipate having it all on a flash drive to put in? All right.
You are muted.
So they are likely going to be back from break because I'm behind in time.
The morning recess, Jody.
So the judge is leaving the bench. We are going to morning recess. I am going to go make coffee for just a moment. Chris, for those of you in the chat, Chris mentioned the bulkhead last week. He did. That from the kitchen, you could see it. It just wasn't clear where that went. So now we are trying to figure out where that went. I'm going to answer questions when we get to the break at lunch. But Wendy asked a great question. Couldn't they track down the dog to get its DNA? It seems in this case, based on other questioning, that they were not told exactly where the dog was, except the dog was out of state. Obtaining things out of state can be very difficult in state prosecutions. And that no DNA, it seems, was taken from the victim's injuries. So I don't know if they could have done that. So far for cross-examination, we have gotten into whether or not this witness was inaccurate when he said, I don't know Karen Reed. I've never spoken to Karen Reed, maybe once, and then had been with her and John O'Keefe the night of January 22nd, 2022, 6 days before they were all at the waterfall together. And then all of did you ever mention to police that Colin Albert was at your home? No. And what time did Caitlin Albert leave the residence? Police were told 12:15, then it changed to after or around 2 a.m. It will be interesting to see where the rest of this cross-examination goes. We've heard more about Chloe being rehomed, of course, the house being sold and this witness now being retired. The defense asked if the dog was rehomed because of what happened with John O'Keefe. And this witness, like the last one, said no. This is because there was an incident with a dog fight and two women tried to break up the dog fight and they went to the hospital. There is so much more to come in this case. As we're judging it with this one, it's just, we will continue to see. We will see. The thing that's interesting is that other testimony may make this more clear or less clear, or make it more clear that those two things don't match. The thing that is clear to me right now is that this investigation was not thorough, was not great, and there's not a ton to go on the prosecution's case yet. We just don't know. The witnesses were interviewed together. How can you know what witness said what? So you don't know if they're lying on the stand or if they're not remembering on the stand. You don't know because you don't know who said what. This investigation is going to make it very difficult, I think, for the prosecution to make this case clear. We're 10 days in. And they have not done that yet. I have got to grab a cup of coffee because I am all by my lonesome this morning. And so it is just me to grab coffee. Let's see. It looks like court has not been back very long from break. So we're going to just take a quick pause. I will be back in just a moment. It should take me less than 5 minutes. So I'm going to put on some music. I will be right back. Chat, take a morning stretch break. I need a coffee. I bet you do too. Oh, where's my music? I was going to do that first. Oh, Emily. Did y'all get a stretch, a snack, and whatever else you needed? I'm so glad StreamYard gives us the StreamYard music. It makes it easy. And Green Chef, one of the regular and beloved sponsors of the podcast and the show and the streams, sells egg bites. So I have a fridge full of them so I can actually eat breakfast. Now it's time for breakfast. Tell me what you guys grabbed while we took a quick court break. The jurors probably don't have time to grab snacks, but I needed it. Are those as good as the feta ones? These are the bacon cheese ones, and they are really, really good. I love them. So we're going to get back into court. I will answer as many questions as I can. And you know what? We will do it. But I've got coffee. I hope you have coffee. Coffee is needed. This is my Year of the Dragon mug from Starbucks. I love it because it's got the rounded bottom for the cappuccino, which is a little bit better than just like a straight up coffee mug. We need laundered cappuccino mugs. I need to find some. Let's go back to court. I should swoop. We're back. Are we ready? More cross. Let's see what new ground we tread now. Maybe it's a layout of the house. Maybe it's a diagram. I can't wait. Maybe we're going to know more. Maybe we're just going to zoom.
Thank you. Please be seated. Court back.
Oh, there's the jurors back. That was loud. I don't know what
Are we
it
all
was.
squared away?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what it was, but it was loud. Witness is back on the stand. Jury backs in.
Did you speak with anybody at the break? About the testimony?
Just my attorney.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you think the witnesses or the jury thinks it's odd that he has an attorney? Do you think it's strange?
Look at this photograph, Mr. Albert. If you could please tell me if you recognize what's depicted in that photograph.
Yes, it's the bulkhead stairway.
Is that the stairway that you earlier described for the jurors as servicing the basement going into the backyard?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I would
So,
have asked to have this marked
photos.
next in order.
Photos are so helpful.
Exhibit 61.
Thank you.
Is he allowed to talk with his attorney? Yes. He is allowed to consult with his attorney.
Ma'am,
Yes.
move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
So for those of you saying it's not strange considering there's another
You see
investigation, the jury doesn't know that
what's
unless they've
depicted on the-
surmised it, but
on
they
the screen?
don't necessarily
Yes.
know
Does that
that.
appear to be the same as what you're holding right there, that exhibit?
It does, yes.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention, if I could, to the lower left portion of this photograph. And right there. Do you see that?
No. Yes.
Tell me what that is.
I can't.
Let me highlight it one more time, right there. Maybe it's easier if you look on your photograph.
I mean, I think in this situation you should have an attorney. I
Are
just wonder if
you
the jury will think
referring
it's
to the
strange.
doorknob? Yeah, I got it here, yes.
I'm sorry, it's sort of hidden on that photograph, so I apologize.
The doorknob?
Is that the door that swings open or closed to close off the basement?
Yes,
Then if you open that door, it's in the open position.
At least we
now,
can
correct?
see it.
yes,
So the photographer is standing in the basement looking toward the doorway, correct?
yes,
Then you climb 7 or 8 stairs,
yes.
and that bulkhead door.
I didn't know that was called a
where all
bulkhead
the light
door.
is emanating. How does that open?
So the bulkhead door opens straight up.
Okay.
I always thought
And
they were
in that
storm
photograph,
doors.
It was hinged toward the house and it would open up like a,
What do I know?
I don't know, like a sandwich or something.
It opens straight up to the bay windows that are in the kitchen.
Got it, okay. Okay, that's all I need for that photograph. Your Honor, I have a flash drive with a video on it. I asked that this be marked as next in order. Court's permission.
Assuming it's the same one, no objection.
It's the same one.
The exhibit 69.
Yeah, for everybody who's
Mr.
like, wait, are these
Albert, I
storm
want to
doors?
ask you to
That's
take a look in just a second at a
I don't
video
know.
and then describe if you recognize what's in that.
Some of you
video.
call them trap doors, some of you call them storm
Maybe
doors.
5 or 10 seconds of it.
Never heard of them
Pause.
called bulkhead. It's very nautical.
Court's permission?
Yes.
Everybody's like, bulkhead is very Boston. Yes, fair.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that video, at least up to that point?
That's not
No.
a trick question.
Does that look like your basement door, although the bulkhead doors have been replaced different?
The whole thing looks different to me.
Let's go ahead and play the video.
We need some orientation.
Now do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yes.
What is that?
So that's was my backyard.
Okay. And what area is over to the left over here?
There it is.
That's
gate?
a gate
Okay. And what does that gate open up
to the front yard.
So the area that we're looking at right now, where the photographer is
Remember,
standing,
this house
is the
has been
backyard.
sold.
Yes.
Now, having seen that, notwithstanding the way that the bulkhead doors open, now do you recognize what was depicted at the beginning of the video, which was that staircase?
Yes. The downstairs door, the door itself, the wooden door itself, also looks different.
Okay. So, but it is
But it is the stairway. Yes.
going into the basement.
Yes.
Or coming out of the basement.
Yes.
So in other words, another way to put that is that represented the ingress and egress through the bulkhead to the basement.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this.
Oh, the Blair Witch of it all. Is that the flagpole? That's the flagpole.
Did you recognize what was depicted in the video?
So this would be really helpful for the jurors to visualize since they did a jury view. I don't know if they were able to go into the backyard. I don't know if they would have been, but they did a jury view of the front yard. So it'd be easier to see now where you exit the backyard and get a sense of it from coming the other way. Because remember, the jury has been there physically and personally and seen both, Emily, but has seen it in their jury view. So this gives them a little bit more context.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
And it's
Did you
helpful for me too.
recognize what was depicted in the video as it continued to play?
Yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
It looked like the video was from walking from the backyard towards the front yard.
So the video started at the bulkhead door, turned toward the fence, went through the fence, and right up toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
Is that an accurate representation of the layout of the house when you lived there on January 28th, 29th, 2022?
Yes.
With the exception of the bulkhead door having been replaced and maybe the basement door.
Yes.
By the way, the 34 Fairview house had been in your family at that time in 2022 for
Good question.
2 generations?
My parents built the house in the late 70s, 79 maybe.
So if your parents are 1 generation, you and your family are another generation, 2 generations.
Right.
Nearly, maybe actually a little more than 50 years, half a century.
That what?
That it was the Albert home.
Yes.
He's like, I don't understand. How do you not
The
understand?
fact is,
Simple
you
question.
listed that house for sale for the first time ever in November of 2022, correct?
There it is.
That's the time we listed it. Yes.
Just months after John O'Keefe was found on your lawn.
I mean, 10 months, more than 10 months later, but the listing date, though available to the internet, has not been asked about until this witness.
Objection.
Stain.
Mr. Albert, is that timing, according to you, a coincidence?
Is what?
Is that timing a
Oh, boy.
coincidence?
Well, that's not the timing, actually. We contacted the realtor in 2021, finally listed it in 2022.
Got it.
So that would be pre-incident.
So the listing coming 9 months
Pre-incident.
after John O'Keefe was found dead in your lawn, or dying in your lawn, that's just coincidence. You had this in place long before that.
Objection.
So I'll sustain the question. You can ask it differently.
Sure. All I'm asking is the timing, November of 2022, listing that house for sale for the first time in November, that in your mind is just a coincidence.
It's not a coincidence because we
plan
started
to
trying to
sell it.
look into selling the house in 2021, which was the few months prior to the incident.
On January 28th, 2022, you were still an active Boston police officer, correct?
Yes,
What was your job title in January 2022?
Sergeant Detective.
That means you not only respond to incidents, you actually conduct investigations as a detective, correct?
Yes, primarily fugitive investigations.
You have additional training in order to hold the title and hold a position as a detective, is that right?
Yes,
Not just a regular patrol officer, you have to have special training to get to the rank of detective, is that right?
yes,
As a sergeant
additional,
detective,
I would say.
that's
but-
above a regular detective, indeed, because you're a supervising detective, is that right?
yes,
You have experience in training in order to hold that position as a supervisor in the detective spot as well.
yes. There's civil service tests for the rank, but yes,
And you've investigated crimes, I mean, I'm guessing just a ton of different types of crimes, including assaults, manslaughters, homicides, kidnappings, things of that nature.
no,
You've never investigated anything like that.
no.
So what's the parameters of your investigative skills as you held that title of sergeant detective?
So my parameters were investigating fugitive investigations.
In
That
your
was my
career, you never
specialty, I guess you
investigated
could say.
crimes?
So you've responded to, obviously, to countless incidents and scenes as both a patrol officer
Yes,
as well as a detective.
yes,
You've supervised the investigation of at least the fugitive type of crimes, correct?
yes,
Fugitives trying to thwart investigators to try to find them, right?
yes,
I mean, that's their whole
Generally
cat
what they
and
do.
mouse thing, right?
right.
You being the cat, correct?
Hopefully.
Sometimes, yes,
I was going to say sometimes.
You're also trained in techniques. Obviously, any detective would be trained
Funny
in
to me.
techniques that culprits might use or suspects might use to sort of cover up investigations. To cover up crimes, to thwart investigations, correct?
Objection.
Do
can
you
ask
have
that.
that training, sir?
no,
So you, in all of your training, in 30 years as a Boston police officer, and as a sergeant detective, you don't have any training in what techniques.
He's uncomfortable because he knows where
criminals
this is
might
going.
use to try to cover up their conduct.
no. I've never gone to a training for criminals to cover up conduct. No,
Never been trained in the fact that, I don't know, somebody might want to clean up blood at a scene.
no,
Objection.
All the answers stand.
What about sanitizing a location?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
no,
What about getting rid of electronic data? You've got to have training in that.
no,
In other
What about
words,
preserve it?
the fugitives that
He
you
needs to
chase
ask it
down
the
and
inverse.
try to find? You don't try to utilize electronic data to go after them?
Sometimes we do, but I don't have any training in it per se.
He needs to
Things like,
he needs to ask it the inverse because they have training in detecting those things, not how to do it. They have training in or should how to preserve digital evidence so it can't be destroyed. He needs to flip the way he's asking because he's parsing it, which we can tell.
GPS data and phone calls and text messages.
He has training in how to preserve it, not destroy it.
Obvious.
Yes, yes,
Clearly.
Right. Training in
These
how
are
to
all
preserve
things
it.
that, at least those things are things that if you didn't have formal training, you got on the job training and just have common sense about how to go after this type of evidence, correct?
yes,
Do you ever collect
Sir, you had an
shit with
iPhone.
solo cups?
With a number ending in 0888 back in January 2022, did you not?
yes.
How many years did you have that iPhone as of January 28th, 2022?
Of several years, I'm not sure how many, but multiple years.
And Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, in the fall of 2022, a judge specifically ordered that you were to preserve that phone.
Objection, Your Honor.
Data, correct?
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Oh. Oh. Well, I'm real interested to see where this is going. We have a judge ordered preservation on 9/23/2022. Very, very interesting to see. Did he get rid of the phone too, to see where that goes? For whoever just said I'm way too biased for Karen Reed in the chat, just hang out for 5 minutes and someone else will say I'm too biased for the prosecution. So just hang out for a little bit and somebody will see it differently. Or you can go watch one of the plethora of other feeds. Wait, they're letting the jury out? Are they going to argue this? Alan does not look happy. Alan doesn't look happy at all. It's so funny to me when people come in and they're just like, if you're just calling it down the middle, they filter it through their own preconceived notions of this case. As a reminder, for those of you that are new here, and I understand we're #1 on live trending, and that's probably why you're here. Good to see you. We're watching this case as the jury. We are not coming into this case with information from the outside. We know that there's a lot of it. We are watching it as it rolls. We are seeing it call by call. We are learning new things as we go. We are waiting to see what happens as it comes in evidence. After the trial, I am more than open to going back and looking at all the things we don't know, but I want to keep in my mind what this jury knows. And that is what I am sticking to for the duration of this trial, though it's tempting to see what else is known. So I want to see what happens. All right, let's see what's going to happen.
Thank you. May be seated.
All right, and I am going to see if his counsel here, he has a right to be present in the courtroom.
May I step up for a
The
moment?
witness's lawyer has a right to be present. Sir, when the judge is calling for your lawyer to argue this, it's going to be spicy. All right, let's recap what happened. The jury is out of the room. There was an objection regarding an order to preserve evidence. The witness's lawyer is being brought into the courtroom as they go to argue whatever is coming up next. So this is going to be a very, very big issue. Sir, I have so many questions. If your lawyer has the right to be present, what are they arguing? I want to know. Samal's in the chat said, did he rehome his phone data like he sold his house, rehomed his dog, and retired? It's a weird thing to retire when you've just, 30 years makes sense, but when you've just hired a lawyer. No, Lally is not his lawyer. Just for clarification, the prosecution does not represent witnesses or victims. The prosecution represents the people of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this case. They do not have clients. Are we waiting for the lawyer? Are we taking a break? I want to see what's going to happen. Are we back? We're going to Zoom. Zoom. Yeah. Let's see if we can, okay. That doesn't look like too much zooming before they come back.
So, Mr.
Okay, thank you. I went too far.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can have a voir dire.
They're going to voir dire this witness on whatever area they want to get into. So the chat has started fondly calling this the side quest. This is a trial side quest. The voir dire is so that the judge can ascertain outside the presence of the jury what the lawyers might be arguing. I can't wait.
Delbert,
That was a big, heavy sigh. I've had lots of voir dires in this case.
Represented by Mr. Hennig,
Yes.
seated behind me. Gentleman right in the,
Yes.
who's in the gray suit.
The lawyerly looking dude with the glasses.
Okay. Without
Great glasses,
telling me anything you've ever communicated with him.
Don't
who
tell
did
me
you
about
hire him
talking to your lawyer.
I'm not exactly sure of the the date.
Give me a time frame. Let's see if we can narrow it down.
When did you hire counsel?
2022. I'm just not sure the exact date or even the month.
For the end of 2022?
I'm not sure. I believe prior to some of the other testimony that I gave.
Prior to the grand juries?
So prior to,
The grand juries?
April of 2022? At the state grand jury?
no, prior to the other testimony.
Okay,
The
that was in
federal
June of 2023. That's my question. Did you hire Mr. Henning in 2023 in anticipation of giving testimony in June of 2023?
I'm not sure the exact date. I believe it was maybe the end of 22. I'm not sure.
Or did you
And
get
you
a subpoena
don't want to be
for the
wrong.
other hearing?
I did.
Okay. Did you hire Mr. Henning after you got that subpoena?
I can't say. I believe so. Right around that time, yes.
Okay.
I'm just trying to remember the time, and I can't remember it.
Okay. So you did not hire, well, Your Honor, I think that answers the question. You're not represented in 20.
I'm going to see at sidebar about the extent of the inquiry.
Oh, this is locked the fuck down. The question Alan was trying to get to is whether this witness was represented at the time of whatever he's about to ask about was going on. Oh my God. This is a lot of sidebars. Well, I'm glad I took time to make myself some coffee because we got a lot of time where they're at sidebar.
Draw your attention to 20.
It's going down. Oh, he didn't look happy coming back from that sidebar. Hold on. I want to see that too.
May I interrupt?
Yes.
Thank you. You had received I want to draw your attention to 2023 now. I'm sorry. Now
He said September 23rd, 2023.
The fall of 2022, September of 2022.
Yes.
Did you receive a notice on Commonwealth letterhead indicating that you were not to destroy or in any way manipulate any data on your cell phone, destroy the phone itself, or to manipulate or destroy any data on that cell phone?
I do not remember getting that letter. No.
I'm going to read this for the record, Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Did you receive a letter that said, in essence, not even in essence, it should be quoted as the following, quote, "You, Mr. Albert, are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Kieran Reed, Norfolk Superior Court, criminal case number 22-117, has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R. Crim P. 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones, period. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones
It's a preservation
are subject
notice.
to pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of these electronic data associated with the cell phones at issue. Period, end quote. Did you receive a notice from the Commonwealth with that language?
I don't remember receiving that document, no.
Were you told in any other capacity that you were not to get rid of or delete your cell phone? In other words, preserve your phone.
Subsequent to me upgrading my phone, I spoke with the DA's office. So after that, they told me via a phone call that that was the case.
So your testimony is you never received the notice that I just read, but you did talk to the DA and he told you to preserve, you were on notice that you were to preserve your phone.
He said after he upgraded.
I know you want to say that, Mr. Albert. My question is, did you have the conversation with Mr. Lowry?
Yes.
Okay. When was that conversation, sir?
So I don't have the exact date of the conversation. I'm not sure.
Who did you talk to on the phone?
But he knows it was
exactly?
after?
Was Mr. Lowry alone or was it a conference call?
It was a conference call.
Who else was on that conference call?
I believe Steve Nelson. and other witnesses in the case were on the conference call.
Other
Can you name those
witnesses?
witnesses for us, please?
I believe it was Brian Higgins. I believe
Really? That's messy.
Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and maybe somebody else, but I can't recall.
Unless you
Who
need to just tell
initiated that
them.
conference call?
I believe it was somebody in the DA's office. So either Mr. Lally or Steve Nelson, somebody like that.
Did everybody just call into a central number, a conference line?
Yes.
No, it's not normal to me to have a whole bunch of different witnesses on the phone, but it might be that they needed to tell them all there is a preservation order and they needed them all to hear the same thing. But generally, there would also be a police officer or the investigating officer on that call, and a report would be made that that call happened. That would be documented not by the DAs, but by somebody who could be a witness when you had that conversation. So law enforcement an investigating officer should have also been on that call.
And what exactly did Mr. Lally say to you
I'm very curious what
during the
happened
course of
here.
that conversation about preserving your phone?
During the conversation, Mr. Lally said that the defense had filed a motion to ask for the phones to be preserved.
And anything else?
That's what I remember him saying.
Did you volunteer that, oh my goodness, I just upgraded my phone last week conveniently. I don't have that phone anymore.
You said
No.
conveniently.
You didn't say that to Mr. Lally?
No.
You just took the information that he gave you and hung up the phone and went about your business
Yes.
without notifying him that the very phone that he had just ordered you to preserve had just been destroyed days earlier.
No, the phone wasn't destroyed. I upgraded the phone.
The data was destroyed, sir. Correct?
I did not destroy any data on any phone.
Mr. Albert,
I upgraded my phone.
when you upgrade a phone, you know that the phone is set back to factory reset before your new phone is handed to you, correct?
Not always.
Happens every time.
No, it doesn't.
I don't know that.
So if you have personal texts with your doctor, personal
Excuse me. First of all, I'm curious to see if that's what happened here. But second of all, no, they don't always do that. It depends on if you trade your phone in or not. They don't always necessarily do that. But did that happen?
communications with Mr. Henning, your lawyer, you're just going to hand that to a pimply-faced kid at Best Buy and say, here's my phone? You know that data is destroyed when you upgrade.
Why they gotta have pimple? Look, I'm not here for the personal attack on the fine staff at Best Buy. But also, Alan Jackson's big mad.
I upgraded my phone.
When you upgrade a phone, you know that the phone is set back to factory reset before your new phone is handed to you,
That
correct?
doesn't always happen.
Happens every time.
No, it doesn't.
I don't know that.
So if you have personal texts with your doctor, personal communications with Mr. Henning, your lawyer, you're just going to hand that to a pimply-faced kid at Best Buy and say, here's my phone? You know that data is destroyed when you upgrade your phone, right?
I think some things are come over across contacts, things like that. So I don't know that for sure.
You can back up your data, sir.
Yeah, you can on the
phone
cloud.
Data is destroyed for all purposes. It's factory reset.
Not
correct?
necessarily.
I don't know that.
How long do you have a phone? That's an iPhone.
Years,
How many times have you upgraded your iPhone?
multiple times.
Every single time you upgrade it, you know that the phone prior, the data is destroyed on it, correct?
Usually my contacts come over and my photos come over. So
Sir, that's a backup.
no, I don't think I have that on backup, but okay.
Irrespective, you didn't tell Mr. Lally that you had gotten rid of that phone.
They don't always.
I was not
factory
asked
reset,
that
though,
and I
Alan.
didn't tell him that.
I see. You felt like if you weren't asked that, you didn't need to volunteer it, even though the conference call was specifically
And that's
about
shady.
preserving your phone pursuant to a judge's order.
Was there an
Correct.
order?
What was the question?
You didn't offer to Mr. Lally that you had gotten rid of
Yikes.
the very phone that he was telling you had to be preserved due to a judge's order.
I did not.
And you didn't seek any advice from, I'm not asking you for the communications. You did not seek any advice from counsel at that time for those purposes.
I don't believe I did. No.
They have just told you.
Sure.
He's like, no, the phone just got upgraded. But the thing is with this witness, we don't know how much he knows about phones. We haven't gotten into it. I will say phones don't always get factory reset. I want to know what level of stuff was destroyed. Did they get the old phone? Did they not get the old phone? But I don't think it looks good that all of a sudden, there's a court order to preserve the phone. That phone's been upgraded. I have more questions. That phone's been upgraded and he doesn't say anything. Like, do court orders not mean anything to you? Mm-hmm. Does he not deal with cell phone data in his job? Like, with fugitives, isn't that the primary way you would track them?
Mr. Albert.
I have questions.
At another proceeding, under oath.
Oh, boy.
In relation to a conversation that you had with Brian Higgins about your phone.
Oh, boy.
Quote, I don't recall saying I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that. You know, there's personal stuff on my phone.
What?
But I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things. You remember saying that under oath at another hearing?
Yes.
You literally admitted at that hearing there's personal, private data on that phone. Hence, you got rid of it, right?
No.
You certainly wouldn't allow some kid at the AT&T store to have your personal, private data.
Okay, talk AT&T all you want.
No, I assume he doesn't have it
Why would you assume that?
because he took the phone and has it.
Who took the
And what do
phone?
you think happens
AT&T?
to the data on the phone, sir? Let's just use common sense. What do you honestly think happens to the data on the phone when you turn it in and upgrade your phone?
I'm sure that the data is not there anymore. I'm sure.
It's destroyed, sir. Correct?
I don't know that for a fact. I know that some things are transferred back to the new phone.
You just said,
Wow.
you know, the data is not there.
Some data, I guess, isn't. Yes.
No, that's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I'm going to take a short recess. I want to let this witness, if he chooses to have a few minutes.
So did the phone go to AT&T or to Best Buy? But either way, there's a preservation order for the phone. Here's what they got to. Let's just recap this a little bit. Yikes, and then we'll catch up. Feisty voir dire in court because this witness, Brian Albert, the former homeowner of 34 Fairview, also rehomed his iPhone. The thing about that is, it seems the DA had a phone call with a number of the witnesses and told them the judge had signed an order to preserve the phones that they had at the time that John O'Keefe was killed. But shortly, it seems, before that order came down, this witness rehomed his phone to AT&T and upgraded. Generally, what happens if you turn your phone in, if you trade your phone in to AT&T, the Apple Store, Best Buy, whatever, they do a factory reset and send it back off. And then your cloud data comes over. But not everything on the physical phone is what Alan Jackson was getting at, comes over. What is interesting to me is that courts don't just sign preservation orders for witnesses out of the blue. The defense would file a motion. The prosecution would respond or not. The witness attorneys would have a chance to respond or not. There would be a reply of some sort, a court hearing of some sort, and then an order of some sort. And this judge doesn't strike me as the judge that's just ruling from the bench. So it will be considered for some sort of time, which means he would have known that this process was ongoing. You can't tell me he didn't know that the defense was making motions to get to his personal cell phone. Because you can tell me, I won't believe you. There's no way I would believe you. So then the phone, there is an order to preserve the phone, and magically, the phone is in Vermont. I'm joking. The phone's not in Vermont. He upgraded his phone. So the physical phone that he had at the time that John O'Keefe was killed is gone. So when we talk about whether it's weird or coincidence that the dog is gone, maybe not alone, but the dog is gone, the job is gone, the phone is gone, the house is gone, and then it starts at the further we go, the harder it is. But there was a preservation order, sir, and not telling the DA, but I just upgraded my phone. You're not worried about the court's preservation order? Is that because you knew the investigating officer would say, nope, not a problem? Chat, for all of you that made a motion for code red, agreed. This is an interesting development in this case, isn't it? I wonder how much the judge will allow in front of the jury. But I agree that we go to code red. For those of you that are new here, code red is our maximum level of fuckery. It is our DEFCON what the fuck. For those of you that are flash sensitive, the flashing ends when the music does. And we are going to DEFCON red in 3, 2, 1, go. When we say there's a lot of trial to go, y'all, it's because there's a lot of trial to go. Let's see if we can get back to live court. Probably before the jury comes in to see what the judge is going to allow in. But again, this all adds to distancing himself from knowing Karen Reed, right? Never met her. She doesn't even go here. Don't know her. You were hanging out with her 6 days before. Don't know. No idea. What are you even talking about? Distancing from Karen Reed, distancing from the house, distancing from the dog, distancing from the phone, distancing from prior testimony, distancing from the police report. It's just building and building and building. Which I get, for some of you that know more about the case, is frustrating, but this is what we are going to see, how the judge determines things, because how you evaluate a witness happens as the testimony comes in, not based on things that may be known outside of the trial. All the jury has to go on is what is allowed in court. We even have a bit more than the jury does because we get all the voir dires. And thank God for it, because I am confused. What I'm very clear on is that there is some fuckery up in this case. Distancing from Colin, you're right. Distancing that Colin was even at the house. Distancing on when Caitlin left.
Thank you. Maybe you see the
All right. Witness in, please.
Has anyone ever witnessed, anyone in the chat, just think to yourself, if you have witnessed a crime, a fight at a bar, something that you're not involved in, but you've witnessed. I witnessed a horrible car accident and spoke to like police, insurance adjusters, whatever. Is my memory always perfect? No. Am I going to get time and distance right? No, I'm very ADHD. But did I give them every bit of information I had to the best I could to try to help? Yeah, I did. Just think about your own life experiences. There's a lot here. There's a lot here. I'm very curious to see what comes in. Z asked Emily, have you ever dealt with a corruption case like this? The DA's office in LA has an entire unit that deals with public integrity. That's a conversation for a different day.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Because the head of that unit just got arrested. So I'm not there. But I have dealt with terrible investigations and people not doing their job. Yeah, I have. I've also dealt with great investigations and people doing their job excellently. But when it comes to a belief that there is a corrupt case, that all went to a separate unit.
Thank you,
I'm still waiting to figure out how this case came to trial.
Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, a judge specifically ordered you to preserve that phone and all its data, the phone ending in 0888. Is that right?
Yeah.
Technically, okay, for everyone in the chat, technically, I think he should be identifying the phones by IMEI number. I don't know if he has that information. Identifying the phone by the phone number conflates the issue that he's like, I upgraded my phone. So I don't know if he changed the number, but it is difficult if you're not identifying it by IMEI number, or at least make a model. Like you went from an iPhone whatever to an iPhone whatever. Going number to number isn't helpful.
At what time are you asking me that I was notified?
That day or the next?
On the 23rd?
On the 23rd or the 24th of September?
No.
Isn't it true that you were provided a letter by the Commonwealth that stated the following? Your Honor, if I may read this.
Yes, there's no objection.
Thank
It's
you.
in front of the jury.
Quote,
That's why he's doing it again.
you are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, Norfolk Superior Court criminal case number 22-117, has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R Crim P 17 for the production of
that was
any
my
cell
shoulder.
phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones.
This is in front of the
hearing
jury.
on
That's
this
why he's rereading
motion will
it.
be held on October 3rd, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court.
So this is notice that the phone is subject to a motion and you can't do anything to the phone until there's a ruling and you'll have an opportunity to be heard. Notice that this phone is now subject to a motion. Yes, the jury is back. This is all in front of the jury now.
May be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of the electronic data associated with the cell phone at issue.
That can't be more
You
clear.
received, end quote, you received that notice on either the 23rd or the 24th.
That can't be more
I
clear.
did not.
Your Honor, I would pose a stipulation. I spoke with counsel off the record, if I may.
Oh,
You both have a stipulation that I haven't seen?
We just
She's
determined
thrilled.
I'm happy to approach him.
Why don't we approach quickly?
thrilled. She's thrilled. Stipulation probably will be that this was sent out and the DA's office notified the witness, I would imagine, but we're going to hear what that notification or what that stipulation is. This witness is saying, nobody told me that I couldn't just upgrade my phone. What I will say is that this is September 23rd. That is, to be generous, that is iPhone time. New iPhones come out generally right around the 20th of September. So it is iPhone season, but he has not said that. Just Raina said, as the witness looked down a bunch today, no.
Stipulation that on either September 23rd or September 24th, the Commonwealth sent a letter on Commonwealth letterhead to Mr. Albert's attention, stating exactly what was just read into the record pursuant to the court order dated September 23rd, 2022.
Okay. All right, next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that you were in fact ordered to preserve your cell phone by the Commonwealth?
At some point, I was made aware of that, yes.
All right, let's just get to the brass tacks. Where's your phone?
My phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Your phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Yes.
Okay. Another way to say that is you traded your phone in and got rid of it, correct?
I traded my phone and upgraded it. Yes.
When did you get rid of your phone ending in 0888?
I upgraded my phone
Such
in
bullshit.
September, third week of September, maybe around 22nd.
The 22nd of September.
I believe so. I can't be sure of the exact date.
So according to you,
Such bullshit. I now need to know in my soul, this may or may not come into the trial and I'll look at it later, if he upgraded it like right before the new phones come out, but he's even distancing it from this as well. I don't know if he changed his number. We're going to find out. Let's just the day before the court ordered me to preserve my phone, it just happened to be upgraded. Weird. I don't know if after you hear this, if the jury believes anything he says at all.
you got rid of the phone that was the subject of a court order
Such bullshit.
preservation the day before
That's
it
such
was
bullshit.
ordered preserved, right?
What rephrase the question, please?
I'll rephrase the question. The day before you were ordered to not destroy your phone because it was the subject of litigation, you conveniently got rid of your motherfucking phone. That's the How do you track fugitives in the fugitive unit, sir? Do phones come into play at all? Can you rephrase, sir? Where's your phone?
This order was just stipulated. This order is dated September 23rd, 2022. It was just stipulated that on the 23rd or 24th, you were then sent a notice to preserve the phone. And your testimony is on the 22nd, the day before this all happened, you upgraded your phone and got rid of it in total, correct?
I upgraded my phone on and around the 22nd, yes.
And you knew that all of the data on that phone would be factory reset and destroyed.
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
I do not know that.
How many times have you upgraded your phone in your iPhone?
I'm not sure. 4 or 5 times, maybe.
You're aware that when you turn a phone in and you upgrade it, the phone that you turn in
Every year
that data
since
is factory
2007?
reset, meaning it's gone. It's destroyed off of that device, correct?
Well, I think some data transfers and some doesn't.
We're not talking about a backup. I'm talking about the physical
Oh boy.
phone. That physical phone becomes a brick when you turn it in, correct?
Correct that it becomes a brick? I don't know.
It becomes effectively a brick. There is no
Sir, this is not the time you want to fuck around with the defense attorney because I feel like you're going to find out. Like, how do you think this is okay? This evasiveness, if this is what's left standing, I imagine it's just going to wash everything away from everything else he said. I wish they would pan out. I would love to also see Alan's face because I imagine he is red.
no data left on the phone. I'm not talking about backup data onto a cloud. I'm talking about that phone.
So the old phone, yes.
Yeah, it's just everything on it's destroyed, correct?
Right, although some of the data transfers to your new phone.
And you're aware that the very data that you were ordered to preserve would have been destroyed, according to you, the day before. Correct?
Rephrase your question or ask me a question.
Are you claiming that you got rid of your phone on the 22nd?
Yes,
I
yes.
upgraded my phone around that. I'm not sure if that's the exact date, but yes.
So it could have been after the 22nd.
I don't think it was after the 22nd.
Could have been the 24th?
No,
Could have been the 25th?
no.
You're
So
very
you're
clear on that.
Absolutely sure.
Very
that
clear on
You
that.
could not have upgraded your phone and gotten rid of it anytime after the 23rd when this judge ordered that it be preserved.
No.
Because you know that if you got rid of that phone after you had been notified that you were ordered by a court to preserve it, you'd be committing a felony.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I mean, he's a cop. You should be able to ask him that.
So
It's
you
not
now
really
claim
calling for
that you got rid of
speculation.
the
He might
phone
have that knowledge.
on September 22nd, 2022. Hours before you were ordered to preserve it. That's your testimony, correct?
Yes.
That's
That's
weird.
just a coincidence?
September 4th was my birthday. The phone was broken and failing. I had planned on getting a new phone, and that just happened to be the day that I got it.
Happy birthday. Was that a coincidence?
Don't be suspicious.
Objection.
Don't be suspicious.
Sustained.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Sir, the day before,
You were asked at another hearing. in
you're
June of
very unlucky,
2023,
sir. Lots of weird coincidences.
That exact question, correct? Whether it was a coincidence. You remember that?
I don't.
You recall being asked, quote, so it's just a coincidence that within minutes
You recall nothing except that you for sure for sure didn't get rid of the phone after you didn't get the notice to preserve your phone. You know that for sure. But you said you didn't get the notice. But you know for sure that you couldn't have gotten rid of the phone after. Where's the receipts then? Because that's right around iPhone time. If you're upgrading to a new phone, where's the receipts for the pre-order? Were you up at midnight? Because I know how that shit works. It's not easy. Or were you getting the older model phone? Which, who does that on upgrade day? You get the new one. So weird.
Hours or days?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh no, this shouldn't be an objection. They're impeaching him with prior testimony.
A hearing in June of 2023.
This was the federal
That
grand jury.
exact question, correct? Whether it was a coincidence. You remember that?
I don't.
You recall being asked, quote, so it's just a coincidence that within minutes, hours, or days.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let's hear the question first.
Within minutes, hours, or days of you trading in your phone, that phone you had in January of 2022, that you were ordered to preserve it. Answer, yes. Question, that's a coincidence? Answer, yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'll let that stand.
Yeah, Lolly, what do you think
That
you're
was your
doing with
testimony,
that?
wasn't it?
Yes.
And that's what you're saying today to these jurors. Just
Yeah.
a coincidence.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you and Brian Higgins
And the dog.
agree
And the house.
with each other that you were both going to get rid of your phones?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
You told,
What now?
you testified at the other hearing in June of 2022, quote, I don't recall saying that I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that. You know, there's personal stuff on my personal phone. I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things, end quote.
Multiple
Remember testifying to
conversations
that?
about things?
Yes.
So you're not ruling out the fact that you may have told Brian Higgins that you intended to get rid of your phone, correct?
No.
You're not ruling out the fact that Brian Higgins may have told you
Where's Brian Higgins's phone?
that he intended to get rid of his phone.
No, I don't remember him saying that to me.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end quote. You testified to that, didn't you?
Yeah, I have no idea what he was going to do.
I'm asking, are those your words? Did you testify to that under oath?
Yes, although I don't know the context of the time that they were asking that question.
June of 2020.
No, not the date of the hearing, but when they were asking if and when that conversation took place.
Does it really matter?
Yeah, I guess it does.
I think so, yes.
But you talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of your phone.
I am an Apple fangirl. He has clearly said he uses an iPhone. I'm just going to say I am an upgrade every year girly. But chat, look, hot take. In 2022, 2023, 2024, 2020, 2021, some of the Apple upgrades have not been so compelling that you have to get it that day. I always love the new color, but I'm not buying all of a sudden you are like the power of Christ compels you to get a new phone the day before your phone is preserved. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it at all. I'm not buying it at all. I'm not buying it at all.
Phones. When do you think you had that conversation?
I don't think I talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of my phones.
Well, you just said.
But you testified at the
You
grand
can't
jury
rule out
about
the
it.
fact that you had conversations with Brian Higgins about your phones and possibly getting rid of your phones. Right?
No, I don't think that's what I said.
You two discussed the fact that you both wanted to get rid of your phones.
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins at all.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones, sir. Correct?
Correct that that's what you're
So if you're having conversations with Brian Higgins about the phones, what the heck were you talking about?
I don't know the timing of when they asked when those conversations were.
He's going to keep playing word games, and I think everybody's probably stopped listening to him. Stephen in the chat said, could he have chosen not to trade it in and keep it? Yeah, especially since he said it was broken. It was broken and not working well. He could have absolutely gotten a new phone and kept that phone. He didn't have to upgrade it, especially given that he said it was broken and not working well. So
I'm leaving it open to you. I don't care when it was. I'm asking you, have you ever had a conversation with Brian Higgins about your phones, respectively?
We may have. I can't remember that conversation specifically.
Then why, in June of 2023, did you testify, I know there were conversations about the phones with Brian Higgins, end quote?
I'm not sure of the context of that.
So now you just can't remember.
No, I don't think I could remember during that testimony either. I think if you read the whole thing, I think I said I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Your quote was, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he said he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end quote.
Right.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
I can't remember if Brian Higgins said he was going to get rid of his phone or not. Oh, it keeps getting worse. I didn't think it was going to get worse. It keeps getting worse. And there are almost 30,000 of you here. I'm trying to save questions. I'm going to try to let this roll. It keeps getting worse.
So now as you sit here and you answer my question, did you and Brian Higgins have a conversation about your phones?
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins.
Let's shift gears.
That sigh I'm not going to clock at all because I feel that. Oh, the dancing in this cross-examination.
Before I shift gears.
So were you lying at the grand jury, sir?
You're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone, correct?
I am not aware of that until after the time you're talking about.
So you're aware now.
So without qualifying your answer,
So you're aware now.
answer my question.
You're now aware.
As you sit here, you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone.
I know at some point Brian
Yes
Higgins.
or no, Mr. Albert?
Answer the question!
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer?
Oh my God! Answer the question! Answer the question! Are you aware today that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone? Just answer it! Come on!
You're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone.
I know at some point Brian Higgins.
Yes or no, Mr. Albert?
Did he?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no, sir?
Yes.
Now
Yes.
I'd like to shift gears. Talk a
Yes.
little bit about Michael Proctor. Did Michael Proctor come into your home at 30?
Chat motion granted. Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone. Isn't that weird?
34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
Michael Proctor? Let me rephrase the question. I want to make sure I'm not talking about Officer Lang, Officer Good.
Right.
Michael
I
Proctor.
think now we know why he
in the
retired.
Massachusetts State Police. Did he come into your home on January 29th?
He conducted an interview with my wife, and I don't remember if it was the 29th or the 30th.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're asking.
Wasn't that interview on February 3rd?
I feel like it was earlier than that, but it could have been February 3rd.
Okay.
I don't
Presume for
really-
purposes of my question.
You feel
that
like
it was February 3rd that Michael Proctor interviewed your wife. Then he would not have come into your home on the 29th, 30th, 31st, 1st, or the 2nd.
Right.
And you know from your training, obviously, as a first responder, the first 48 hours of an investigation are absolutely critical, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
he can ask that, Lolly. Now's not the time.
In that context, I don't.
Okay, next question.
I mean,
What does that even
we're in a
mean?
TV show called First 48.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you think the first 48 hours of a criminal investigation are critical?
Objection.
You do know that the longer you wait to properly investigate anything, the better chance that evidence can be manipulated or destroyed, right? You would agree with that.
Yes.
Did an investigator or any forensics team ever come into
He's in the fugitive unit. Don't you like it? Okay. I think Jackson could have asked that a different way. I don't think it matters.
your house ever to photograph your entire home?
No, I wish they had.
Did an investigator, yeah, me too.
Objection, Your Honor.
Just state.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to search for physical evidence?
No.
Did an investigator or a forensics team ever come into your house to search for trace evidence?
No.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to take carpet samples, flooring samples from the basement, for instance?
No.
And to this day, you're aware that that's never happened.
Yes.
Sir, you were in the Marines before you were a police officer, correct?
Yes.
You're a combat veteran?
Yes.
Well, thank you for
How
your
long were you in the
service,
Marine
sir.
4 years.
We don't like the fuckery with your phone, though.
During the course of your Marine and military training, did you have any training in hand-to-hand combat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
In addition to your Marine training on the subject, did you also receive additional training from the police department through the academy or otherwise on basic hand-to-hand combat?
No.
He also learned verbal
So that's not part of the
judo.
academy?
Not hand-to-hand combat, no.
Fighting techniques, use of batons, things of that nature?
Defensive tactics.
Defensive tactics. Okay, that's fighting. Right?
Different.
Well, it's not hand-to-hand combat,
it's
no.
different,
Okay,
Alan.
fair enough. I may be using the wrong word. It's physical.
I think
it's
Alan probably knows
training on
that.
how to either defend yourself or control another person physically.
Yes.
I mean, they're not going to send you out there on the streets completely ill-equipped. They need to know that you know how to defend yourself and how to put somebody in custody that doesn't want to be in custody, correct?
You know.
Yes.
And that might include fighting.
It could, yes.
I'm waiting for him
And
to be
beyond
like, sir, this is Boston PD. Knowledge of fighting is presumed when you come in, so they don't really teach us hand-to-hand combat. But doesn't his face say it all? I'm interested where this is going.
Marine training and your police training, you're independently trained in techniques of fighting.
Have I boxed before? Yes.
Okay. And you've trained in boxing. It's not like you just walk up and smack a heavy bag, right?
I like smacking a heavy bag.
You'd have to rephrase.
You've trained.
You'd have to
You're trained boxer.
rephrase.
You're a trained fighter.
What do you
I've
mean?
boxed in the past, and I've trained to box, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I'd hit a heavy bag,
Right.
but I'm not a trained fighter. You're a trained fighter.
All right, so there's an objection. You were standing, Mr. Lally.
Yes, sir.
Jurors, disregard that. Mr. Jackson, no comments, just questions, please.
Mr. Jackson, I don't know if the jury believes that you've smacked around a heavy bag recently. They don't care about your workout routines, though I think it's fair in this colloquy that he's like, I have punched a heavy bag. It doesn't mean I'm trained in fighting.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, your boxing skills were featured in a TV show that you were featured in
What?
as well, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
He's looking right at the DA.
No.
What TV show?
You were, in fact, no?
That they were featured in a show? No.
You've never shown on TV in a ring sparring with somebody?
I may have been shown
Bring in the
training,
TV.
but I don't think I was having a boxing match. No.
Okay, I wasn't suggesting that you were having like a paper. I was asking, is there a TV show that ever showed you in a ring boxing?
Well, that's not what you asked me, but if you're asking me that now, yes.
I'm asking you that now. I apologize. My questions are somewhat inartful.
Yes.
You understand the question,
Yes.
and you have been shown. I use the word featured. You've been shown on television
The
in a boxing
verbal sparring.
Yes.
sparring.
I haven't seen the video in a while. I'm not sure if I was sparring.
If we can, Your Honor, with the court's permission, can we take a look at Exhibit 53?
Is he
Okay.
going to remind you?
There's a clip starting at
Just as a reminder, chat, the Law Nerd chat, I know that there's almost 30,000 of you here. The Law Nerd chat knows what has come into evidence. So there are things that have not come into evidence that are widely available throughout this great wide interweb that is known. We don't know. So we are waiting to see what comes in. But the verbal sparring at this point is a 10 out of 10. But it's the evasiveness of like, trained? What do you mean? Is there video clips of you fighting, sir? Did you box? Did you train for boxing? Or was it like you just went like to Creator Clash and got in the ring without training? What are we talking about? I can't wait to see what they're going to bring in.
Time of day, 11:47 and 15 seconds.
I really hope this isn't just the waterfall again.
11:48 and 35
It might
seconds,
just be the
maybe
waterfall again.
a minute and a half.
Well, it is just the waterfall again.
Can you enhance that?
He did say he wasn't sure what was shown on TV, whether it was him sparring or him in a boxing match, but the parsing, he could just say he was taking issue with the word featured.
Do you see the two men in the foreground?
Yes.
Who are those two men?
Looks like myself and Brian
I don't-
Higgins.
I don't
Does it look
think
like
he
yourself and
plays
Brian
chess.
Higgins, or is that yourself and Brian Higgins?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Would you go ahead and play that? Sorry.
I hope he rolls it through when they like just start hugging each other after this, because I really do think this is the two of them just fucking around. I think the defense has made much of this. I don't know if there's much there. I think the two of them are very good friends. I don't think you, if someone you're not friendly with, you're not going to be doing this at a bar after a few drinks. What is Mr. Kolakithis in the plaid? Smurfana said in the chat, but they said they aren't close. Yeah, I don't think that's accurate, because I don't think you do this with people you're not close with. I hope he lets it keep rolling.
I've got one more clip to play, but I have a couple of questions, Your Honor. Would you,
Let's take it down and you can put the other one up after the questions.
Did you see what was displayed on that video?
Yes.
Had you seen that before?
Part of it, yes.
Is that what you and Mr. Lally went over in your preparation for your testimony?
I don't think that we went over it, but he showed me a quick clip of it.
When you say he showed you a quick look, did he ask you questions about it?
I don't think so, no.
Did you give him any answers about it?
No,
Any explanations?
no, just,
He just showed you the clip and?
yeah, he just said, yeah, it looks like we were fooling around.
Okay, so you did make
Have
an
a
explanation. You've given
conversation.
Yeah,
an explanation for it.
right, I said, I think we were just fooling around.
Okay, it's the same thing you told us this morning, right?
Right,
Just fooling around.
yeah, just having fun with my friends and hanging out and fooling around.
Absolutely. What were you doing? Describe what you were doing.
Having fun with my friends, hanging out, just being silly.
Okay. Describe physically what you were doing in the video.
I was playing around, sort of getting in a boxing stance.
Okay. Otherwise known as the fighting stance, correct?
Yeah, for a second, yes.
Okay. And what did Brian Higgins do when you got into a fighting stance?
It looked like he was kind of doing the same thing.
Got
We
into
just,
a fighting stance as well, correct?
yeah,
What were you two talking about? You tell you talking.
yeah, I don't know what we were talking about. We were just being silly, fooling around, having fun.
Were you giving him advice on the proper way to get into a fighting stance or a boxing stance?
No,
You giving him some advice or some indicators about how to best position himself if someone is taking an aggressive stance against him?
no.
Is he telling you what he thought was a good technique for fighting or boxing?
I don't think it was that serious. We were just playing, fooling around.
But both of you were in fighting stances facing off against each other, correct?
Yeah, for a second or two.
And Mr. Higgins.
Was Brian Higgins showing off with you because he's a manly man, and Karen Reed, who he had been sending flirty texts to, was all cuddled up with John O'Keefe? Is that what was going on? Was he showing off a little bit? I have questions. The defense, I think, is trying to make much out of something that maybe is not much, but I've also got questions about whether this had anything to do with the fact that Brian Higgins had been sending texts to Karen Reed, and Karen Reed shows up happy as, a clam with John O'Keefe, and they were lovey-dovey to the point where Mrs. Kolakithis, who was a delight on the stand, said to her husband, per his testimony, I wish we were more like that. We were a little bit more affectionate in public. So maybe this was just a little bit of showing off.
Higgins, you saw him
To get the girl's attention.
bob his head and then start walking up toward you like a boxer might, correct?
Yeah, yes.
And then you got down and pulled the pant legs up and you squatted down to indicate getting low, having low center of gravity, correct?
That's indicating being silly.
Okay. And
That's
then at
not.
some point while you're being silly, you then faked a right punch toward him, correct?
I didn't notice that, but I'm not sure.
Can we take a look at the next part of this?
Yeah,
clip,
let's just
which
keep
is
watching.
Time of day, 11:55 and 51 seconds.
And we're at code red with the
I'm sorry,
phone.
11:54 and 52 seconds.
His wife did say he was not a trained fighter.
Was it?
I think he took issue with the specific wording of the question about the TV.
Okay, there's several individuals crowded around a table. Can you describe where you are and where Mr. Higgins is?
Brian Higgins is the guy on the right with the hooded sweatshirt and the emblem on the back. I have a pointer. Do you want me to use it?
That'd be great. That'd be great.
Sure.
So that's Brian Higgins.
I also want to say, as to the wife saying he wasn't a trained fighter, I think the wording of the question was, is your husband a highly trained fighter? And that is, the wife took issue with the word highly trained. Some of the parsing like that, I'm not mad about, because you need to be accurate. You are on the stand. You are testifying under oath. But highly trained is subjective, right? It's not necessarily objective. Has he fought? Has he boxed in more than just at a gym kind of a way? But they keep asking it in broader terms, and then they keep trying to narrow it back down. So that's where we're at with that.
That's me.
Okay, go ahead and play this.
Yes, for those of you who haven't been following this trial, apparently there are also Netflix cameras and audio in this courtroom for an ongoing thing. If you're going to use my YouTube footage again, maybe just ask.
Pause. You see
Sir?
what you just did?
Yes.
What'd you do when you slapped his right arm?
Yeah, I would like more info
What did I do?
about
What did
this.
you do? What are you doing?
It looks like I'm just being silly, fooling around.
Okay, I'm going to ask you for a little bit more physical description. What are you doing? Why are you grabbing him from behind?
I don't really know.
Is that a wrestling hold?
No,
Is
I
that
don't
a
think so.
control hold?
No, I don't think so.
Is that some sort of a control hold that you've used in the past?
Bear hugging somebody? No.
Okay.
That's just a silly fooling around with my buddy.
I'm just, trying to dominate my buddy at the bar. It's fine. See how everyone's laughing? They think it's hilarious.
Stop it. Do you see what Mr. Higgins just did?
I did, yeah.
When you let him go, what did he do?
I don't know. He did some kind of, I don't know, he pretended to knee me or something.
Knee to the abdomen?
Yeah, I don't know if it made contact or not, but
Mr. Elmer, I'm not suggesting by my questions that you two are actually in a fight.
right.
I'm asking what he's doing. Does it seem to?
Yeah, I don't.
You that he's playing like or practicing like techniques in fighting.
I don't know what his intent was. It looks like he's just fooling around, just like I was.
But if a grown man walks up to you, grabs you from behind, and puts a knee up to your solar plexus, that's probably not the same as a high five, right?
What is your question?
In other words, it looks like he's practicing some sort of fighting technique.
Practicing? That's not how I see that.
How would you describe it?
I would just describe it as him fooling around. We're in the bar together. We're good friends, and we're just being
Now they're
silly and
good
fooling.
friends.
That's all.
There's
Now
a
they're
number
good
of people in that bar. You would agree with that?
Yes.
You see anybody else in that video at any time getting physical with one another.
Objection.
How much of this video have you actually watched?
Not much.
Okay, then let me ask a different question.
Let's keep watching.
From your memory of that night, who are the only two people in the bar that seem to be getting physical with one another?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. The only person I remember being physical with was fooling around with Brian.
I mean, Karen was
Like,
physical with
just a little bit
John,
longer?
but in a different way. If you want, I mean, if you want to ask it that way, Alan. Yeah, because then they hug. And they're still messing with each other. At some point, he slaps him on the butt.
You can take that down. Did you see the rest of that video?
Yes.
No question that you two are being friendly with one another, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
But there's also no question that of all the people in that bar, the only two people that appear to be imitating fighting are you and Mr. Higgins, correct?
In that video, yes.
And, is there another video?
Well, no, I just don't know what everybody else was doing in the bar.
Do you remember anybody else? You know, Julie Albert or
I don't remember.
Nicole getting into a scrap with someone?
No.
That was just you two, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, this is minutes before everybody headed to your house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Including John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Alan, have
Going
you
back
never
to the
seen an
morning
actual
of
bar
January
fight?
29th,
Because, like,
everyone had left your location. This is after you had already arrived, had a couple of beers, people started leaving. Everybody was gone from your location at about 1:45 a.m., maybe a little thereafter.
That seems right.
Caitlin being the last person to leave.
I believe so, yes.
he was upstairs. So I don't think he has personal knowledge of that. It would come from his wife telling him. I don't know. I think sometimes
What did you do to get ready for bed, to settle in?
I think sometimes when you try to make everything a big deal, some things lose their punch. I mean, the cell phone is a very, 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 very big deal. I don't know. I think they're trying to make much more, unless there's something more we don't know yet. I think they're trying to make much more out of the bar than maybe there is. But the phone, though, like the is on the phone, though, is so much that I don't think you have to make everything big. I don't know. I just don't think the bar is that big, but we'll see. Maybe later it is.
I went upstairs and just lied in bed. The TV was on. I was just kind of watching TV.
You have a nightstand?
I do.
Is it on your side of the bed or Nicole's, or you have one on each?
We may have had one on each in that house.
Put your phone on your nightstand?
No.
Where do you
Put
put
your
it?
phone.
The phone was in bed with me.
So your testimony is that you get in bed after being on a road trip all day long,
It's like 2
then
a.m.
at restaurants, and at bars,
and a funeral.
then at a get-together at your house. And when you go to bed, you don't charge your phone?
I mean, I would have
No.
still been on my phone too.
I had the phone in the bed with me.
Why would you have the phone in bed?
We have 5 kids.
Candy Crush.
And, you know, if somebody was trying to call or if I needed to reach them, it's just kind of a habit I do. I put my reading glasses and my phone in bed with me.
Wait, you weren't on the phone? It was just in
And you
bed?
don't charge it.
Sometimes I charge it, but not as a routine, no.
So
It's a long
you're
day to
worried
not-
about having your kids out.
The phone that wasn't acting right? The phone that you needed to upgrade? The phone that like wasn't... You upgraded the phone 8 months after this because the phone wasn't acting right. But now you've gotten from you've flown to New York, gone to a funeral, driven back from New York, gone out to dinner-ish, When did you charge the phone in all of this then?
You might need to get a hold of Dad, so you make sure that your phone is nice and close, but it can just run out of batteries.
Well, if it's dying, then I'll put it in the charger. But if not, I just leave it on the bed.
Well, what about that night?
That night, the phone was on the bed.
How do you know?
Well, I remember the phone being on the bed.
You have a specific recollection from 2.5 years ago about the state of the battery charge on your phone such that you know that it was in your bed.
Good question.
No, I just know as a routine, I keep my phone on the bed with me.
That's not what you just said. You just said it depends on whether or not the battery needs to be charged, whether or not you charge it.
My answer is that sometimes I, of course, charge my battery,
Of course you have.
but I sleep with the phone in my bed.
Every single night?
Yes, mostly every night.
I thought you just said 4 questions ago, it depends on whether or not the phone needs to be charged. Sometimes you keep it in the bed, sometimes you put it on the charger.
If the phone needs to be charged, I charge it, but I sleep in bed with my phone.
Mr. Albert, did your phone need to be charged that night?
I don't remember if it did, but I slept in bed with the phone.
You've been on a road trip most of the day.
I mean, can you just
Yes.
plug it in and still put it in bed?
Out at
It's not
bars that
safe,
night,
but
correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
could.
Yes,
You weren't charging your phone. We saw the video. You weren't charging your phone at the bar.
right.
So when you got home, clearly put your phone on a charger, didn't you?
But I did not.
So if your kids needed to get a hold of you, why would the phone being in your bed be any assistance to you instead of just on the charger at the nightstand?
That's just what I've always done. I just keep it in my bed. My wife does the same thing.
Okay. So now you've got 2 phones in the bed.
Yes,
Okay. And your glasses,
yes,
right between the 2 of you.
Oh my
yes.
God, I would break my glasses so fast. I would
your phone have a
fucking
ringer on it?
destroy my glasses.
It does.
Ever thought about maybe turning the ringer on just in case the kids need to get a hold of you?
Sometimes
says
it's
the
on
ringer
vibrate.
wasn't on?
Sometimes it's on ring. It depends.
Yeah. Depends on you. You just put it on ringer.
Do we know
Wouldn't
the
that make
ringer
more
was?
sense to go to bed, put it on ringer?
Objection.
I mean,
Can you answer that?
that's not what he does.
All I can answer is that I sleep with my phone in my bed. That's just what I do.
And you know what I'm about to ask you,
I don't.
which is why you're saying you sleep with the phone in the bed, correct?
All right,
I
so
s-
that's sustained, that's stricken. Come on, Mr. Jackson.
All right.
The judge. Come on, Mr.
What
Jackson,
else
you know
is in
better.
the bed with you? Your keys, your wallet, any other pocket items?
No.
Just the phone and your glasses.
Yes.
And Nicole's phone,
Yes.
right between the 2 of you.
Usually, yes.
What about that night?
Yes.
Sir, did you make any phone calls after you went to bed between the hours of 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Who did you call?
I inadvertently called Brian Higgins.
What time?
I don't recall the
Inadvertently?
exact time.
I bet he does.
After 2.
Inadvertently?
2:22 and 35 seconds. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Earlier, when I said the reason I wasn't zooming through stuff is because I wanted to see if his demeanor changed on the stand. And some in the chat said he is a law enforcement officer of 30 years. His demeanor's not going to change on the stand. I would just say, has his demeanor changed on the stand as we are now swooping into this line of testimony where apparently at 2:00 in the morning, he's calling Brian Higgins? Because that was a shift, wasn't it? 2:22 in the morning, you're inadvertently calling Brian Higgins? That's why he was asking so much about the phone being in the bed. Huh.
2:22 and 35 seconds. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Did you speak to Brian Higgins at any point between 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m. that night?
No.
You say you inadvertently.
Let me get this straight. You inadvertently call Brian Higgins at 2:22 in the morning and say you don't speak. I'm waiting to see if this is an answered call and how long. Your wife's sister calls her twice at 6 o'clock in the morning, and the phone answers, but they also don't speak. Mysteriously, someone answers that phone, but they don't speak. Jen McCabe calls the other Albert wife, the one whose sister is friends with Trooper Proctor, whose name I'm blanking on. Chad will remind me. The other Chris Albert's wife. She gets a missed call from Jen McCabe at 5:55 a.m. and doesn't, Julie Albert, gets a missed call from Jen McCabe at 5:55 a.m. and just doesn't answer the phone in a blizzard, goes out to get donuts, doesn't call her back. Because everybody's super active on their phones after 2 o'clock in the morning, after a night of drinking, in a blizzard. And no one answered the phone. The phones are mysteriously answering on their own. You inadvertently called Brian Higgins, but didn't squish your reading glasses? Okay.
Called him at 2:22 in the morning.
Yes.
How did you inadvertently call him?
Well, I don't know because it was inadvertent.
So I have to explain that.
Well, it's kind of like a butt dial.
I don't like it.
Butt dial?
All right. How long have you used an iPhone?
A long time.
Like a butt dial. At 2:22?
Matter of fact, you've been asked this question before, haven't you?
Yes.
Hence my question. You knew what I was going to ask you.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw.
He knew. He knows.
You indicated previously at a different hearing
He
in June of
knows.
2023
Federal grand jury.
that you were, quote, hanging out with your wife, and you must have butt dialed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Yes.
At 2:22 and 35 seconds on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Butt
Yes.
dialed in bed?
You were asked how that could have happened, much like I just asked how that could have happened, right?
Yes.
And in that hearing, you said, quote, I'm not totally sure. Similar to what you just said here.
Yes.
And here you added that it could have been a butt dial.
Yes.
You were then called back to that same hearing, but at a different date.
Yeah, I bet there were more
Ongoing hearing,
questions.
Yes.
Right? That was in July of 2023, correct?
Yes.
You then changed your testimony and said, and I don't mean to be indelicate, but your testimony was then that you were in an intimate situation, I'll put it that way, with Nicole at the time. And that's how you butt dialed Brian Higgins, correct?
What?
I don't believe I said that's how I butt dialed Brian Higgins.
That's the time.
I think I said there was a time frame that was close.
Okay.
So I didn't say that, no.
All right. What you said was,
You want us to believe that you put your phone, your wife's phone, and your reading glasses in your bed before you started having adulty time. And then during that adulty time, you accidentally butt dialed Brian Higgins? Sir? Are you... Sir, no one believes you. No one believes you. No one believes you. No one believes. I'm sorry, sir. We are in the same general category, I'm sure, of age. You're gonna put the things away that you need to put away. You're gonna shut the door. You have 5 children. You're not. Stop it. You're not just spontaneously exploding into having sex with your reading glasses in your bed. I don't believe it for a second.
was you were in an intimate situation with Nicole at the time that the butt dial occurred, correct?
I'm not sure if you have something you can read me or show me.
Is it your testimony, let me just ask, is it
Sure.
your testimony that you and your wife were in the middle of some sort of sexual
How'd you
or intimate
unlock your
situation,
phone?
and that's what caused you to butt dial the phone at that time at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sistine.
Was your phone unlocked? Do you not have a code on your phone? I can't
Show
believe you don't have a code on your phone.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I didn't think we were going to get to butt dials during sex, but here we are. Here we are. Here we are.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
This is not the wife with the headache. That was Julie Albert, the other wife. I know it's a lot of Alberts to keep up with. The other wife left with a headache. This is not the
Sir, I just
one.
want to find out if this refreshes your recollection. Look at lines 11 through 13. And then let me know when you're prepared.
More testimony. For those of you saying, could it have been a voice dial? Was he calling out Brian's name? I'm being cheeky. But also, don't you have to say somebody's name for the phone to dial? Today is not what I expected.
Yes.
This is a lot for a Monday.
Yes.
The chat's like, it's a literal butt dial. It's a cheeky
Does that
butt
refresh your
dial.
recollection that you indicated at the other hearing that
Just the first part of that.
Also, his wife never mentioned that they were bootying down. Just saying.
First, does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
Okay, now you can.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, and apparently their dog was still in the
Isn't
room.
it true that at the other hearing, you indicated that at or around the 2:22 time frame, you and your wife were in bed together in an intimate situation?
Yes, around that time, I think it reads.
He's like, yes for 221, no for 222. I can't believe that this is the testimony about this.
May I approach briefly, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm so.
Well, with the court's permission, let me ask a couple of questions. Do you recall every call that you made between, say, 1:45 a.m. and the next couple of days? You remember every single one of those calls?
No.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at a log of those calls during that time frame?
Oh, yes,
if we're going to
let's.
discuss those.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Look, at this point, it would be suspicious to me if he wasn't calling a lot of people. It will be suspicious to me if he's distancing himself from those phone calls. Because I imagine who testified? I think it was his wife that testified. We were all talking about this. And she was the first one that was just like, oh no, we were all chatting about this. And it was like, well, thank you for saying what we all believe is happening. Because of course you're all talking about it. No one believes that you're not talking about it. So the people who are distancing themselves from the phone calls is just.
That's 2 pages worth of documents. If it refreshes your recollection as we walk through this, with the court's permission, let me know if you need to refer to that.
Right. I'm not going to be able to read it right now. I'll do it as you ask.
Correct. Yeah.
Just look at.
No, you don't need to read it right now. Just wanted to have it.
I thought she wanted him to refresh his recollection. I thought he was
By the way,
refreshing.
you've seen these records before, correct? At the other
Apparently not.
At the other hearing proceeding.
I've seen
Shelby-
some records before. Yes. I don't
Wrong
know.
wife. This is not
if
headache wife.
These exact records are not.
All right, and you've acknowledged that
2 other wives.
At least the first page, these are your phone records for the number ending 0888, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these are call records from January 29th
Yes.
at 2:22 and 35 seconds in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Whose number ends in 5421?
According to this, it's Brian Higgins.
According
Call
to
at
this.
2:22 and 35 seconds appears to be 1 second in length. And that's from you to him, correct?
It says 1 second. I don't.
That would be the call, the initial call from you to him, the one that you claim is a butt dial. Is that right?
I mean, 1
Yes.
second is
Did
more
that call
consistent
roll
with
to
that.
voicemail? And then you immediately hung up?
No, I don't recall if it. I don't know.
So according to you, it was a butt dial
That
went
immediately
to
hung
his
up.
phone. It somehow lasted 1 second.
It's not how butt dials work.
Right.
Okay. Then there's a second call. If you look at the second line down, there's a second call at 2:22 and 52 seconds, 17 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
And that call doesn't last 1 second. That call lasts 22 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts.
Yes.
I'm a child. I'm
So according to your phone records, you placed a call to him, and then 17 seconds later, he returned a call to you
And then
that lasted 22
seconds.
Correct?
That's what the records reflect, yes.
Was
When
that
you
also
woke
a
up in the
time?
morning, you
Did you
obviously
answer the
checked
call?
your phone. Did you not?
I don't know if I did.
Are you telling this jury that the call that came into your phone was a missed call, or did you answer it?
I did not answer it.
So it would have been a missed call.
I just know I didn't answer the call.
Weird.
So it would have been a missed call.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that to be a fact. I just know I didn't answer the phone call.
Okay.
I missed the call. Yes.
That's what I mean.
Right.
You missed it.
No. You missed the call when you called him that lasted for a second. Somebody, 22 seconds? It's so weird because your wife also says that she didn't answer the calls that show that they were connected calls. Sir, is your house haunted? Are the spiritual witnesses answering the phone?
Call.
Right.
It did something on your phone and you just didn't answer it. What did you?
Right.
Okay. And again, you're using an iPhone.
Yes.
If you butt dialed Brian Higgins and he called you back and you didn't answer, you would have a very bright red missed call in your call log, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know that.
Have you ever missed
Sir.
a call on your iPhone before?
Yes.
And when you go to your call logs, it says missed call in red, correct? I think
Yeah,
your
it
wife
does.
calls you, your kids call you.
I don't think I've ever noticed that it's in
Sir.
red. And so no, I don't know that to be true.
You're certainly alerted to the fact that it's a missed call, that you've missed a call, correct?
If I were to go back and look at my incoming calls, it would probably say missed call. Yes.
And of course, if we asked you to show us your phone and show that that was a missed call, you couldn't do that because you've gotten rid of that phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
But it's true.
Did you tell anyone in law enforcement that next day that oddly Brian Higgins was calling you at 2:22 a.m. and you missed a call?
No, I wasn't aware of that call.
If a call went to voicemail on your phone, you would get that voicemail, correct? You'd get notice of it.
If I checked my voicemails and there was a voicemail, I would get it. Yes.
Oh, no, it gives
That's
an
my
annoying little
question.
icon.
Did you get a voicemail from Brian Higgins?
No.
Which means he didn't leave a voicemail,
Right.
which would suggest that you answered a call, correct?
Objection.
It would suggest that.
Let's talk for a second about this butt dial. You went to bed and you closed and your phone was locked. You
butt dial.
closed and locked your phone, correct?
Yes.
I don't want you to tell me what the passcode is, Mr. Albert. That's important. I want to make sure you understand. I'm
Do
not
you
asking you
have
to
a
tell me what the
passcode?
passcode is, but at the time, was your passcode a 4-digit or 6-digit passcode?
4, I believe.
And that locks the phone when it's not in use, correct?
The phone will lock after it's not used for a while. I don't know the exact timing of it.
You're exactly right, Mr. Albert. I said it backward. The
Right.
phone automatically locks. You have to use the 4-digit passcode to unlock it, correct?
Well, no, I also have face recognition too, so it can open that way without any passcode.
We'll get to that in a second.
I bet we will.
The phone locks when it's not in use, correct?
Yes.
And then to make a call, once you open the phone, either through facial recognition or through the passcode, then you have to tap on the phone app in order to open up the phone app, correct?
Would you call it an app?
Yes, I believe so.
Once you open up that phone app, there are only 3 ways that you can initiate a phone call: favorites, recents, and contacts.
I mean, you could just
correct?
voice do it.
I don't know that.
If you tap on a contact, that opens up the contact.
This man has never used a phone before, chat. I mean, he's had an iPhone for a long, long time, but he has just never used a phone before. Why are we fighting about this?
Page of the contact app, right? You know that.
Yes.
It's where all your contacts are.
Yes.
They're alphabetized.
Yes.
You
People
have to
use
either scroll through or do a search and type in the name of the person you're looking for.
Right.
You didn't do that, did you?
No.
If you tap favorites, if you have favorites listed, there's a list of favorites. You have to scroll through and tap the one that you want to call, correct?
I need to redo my favorites on my new phone.
I think so. Yes, I'm not totally aware of that, but
And if you tap on recents, those are the recent calls that you've had, you've either received or made. And of course, you have to tap on the contact in the recents list that you want to call, right?
yes.
And then, of course, you would have to tap again.
It's interesting that he didn't
end
ask him
whatever
how he
call
makes
you
calls.
initiate.
I don't do any of this.
Right?
I just ask it.
Yes.
I mean, you don't just say goodbye. You got to say goodbye and hang up. You got to tap it to hang it up.
Goodbye.
Right.
So would you agree, from a closed and locked phone, there is no physical mechanism
Right.
by which a person can hit one button and make a phone call?
Objection.
Sustained. No certificate.
Are you saying that from your closed and locked phone, you inadvertently tapped your phone one time and that initiated a butt dial to Brian Higgins?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Tell me what you're saying.
So the phone was
I-
on.
How did you butt dial Brian Higgins?
I don't know.
22 in the morning.
It's like, I don't know.
I don't know that the phone was locked. I could have been looking through my phone. I butt dial people often and make inadvertent calls. I could have hit a last call from him by accident, thus calling his phone.
So you were actually awake and on your phone at the time.
I was awake and I could have been looking at my phone.
Your
So,
wife
Mr.
was
Howard-
thrilled by that.
How'd you miss the call 17 seconds later?
Well, my wife was in the room with me and we were hanging out and I never got the second call from him. So I'm not sure what time he called. I'm not sure what I was doing at that second, but I don't know.
But it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I didn't get a voicemail from him. No.
So it didn't go to voicemail.
Where
Well, I
are
don't
the
know that
phone
it. I don't
records?
know that it didn't go to voicemail. I
Bring-
just know that I didn't receive a voicemail
Bring
from
the
him.
phone records.
Okay.
I mean, we're all guessing here, but I mean, he could have called voicemail.
We're not all guessing.
Well, you are because you don't know if he left a voicemail or didn't, or at least got voicemail and then hung up the phone.
I think one of us is trying to guess.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. You know what? I want to see Councilman Sidebar for just a second.
We're all guessing here. Alan's like, I'm not. He's like, I, in fact, have the phone records. Oh, this is going to be all the way to lunch. And
22 a.m. Are you now saying that your phone was open and unlocked at 2:22 a.m.?
I'm saying I could have been.
Are you saying that it was?
I don't know.
Mr. Albert, you were the only person that was there with your phone. Was the phone unlocked and did you make a call?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure, I don't know.
And 17 seconds later, again, presuming you're the only person there with the phone, did you answer that call?
I did not.
a lot of mystery calls.
You would agree that in order to answer a call, you can't just look at your phone to answer it. It has to be swiped physically, correct?
I think you can hit, I think it comes up green or red for the phone call, whether it's locked or not, and you can hit green.
Right, but you have to hit a button.
Yes.
Did you hit a button
touch
to answer
something.
a call from
I
Brian Higgins?
I don't.
I don't mean to talk over you. Please let me finish my question. Did you hit a button to answer a phone call from Brian Higgins at 2:22 and 52 seconds in the morning?
Not that I know of.
Not that I know
You
of.
do know that that phone will not answer on its own, correct?
Yes.
And simply touching your butt will not answer that phone. It has to be swiped.
No, I don't think it has to be swiped.
You would agree that a 22-second call from Brian Higgins had to have been answered by you. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
No,
Did Nicole, who else was in the room?
just myself and my wife.
The dog.
And Chloe.
Yes. But Chloe's not a human, so it was myself and my wife.
By process of elimination, Nicole didn't answer that call, did she?
Sir, you've called your dog it. You've now said your dog is not human. You've lost the chat. I mean, the convenient trading in of your phone already lost the chat, but this is going to overdo it.
No,
Chloe, the non-human, didn't answer that call, did she?
no.
So who had to have answered the call, sir?
Objection.
It's a mystery.
Can you answer that?
I don't remember answering that call. Could have hit the phone by accident, causing it to answer.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on from this, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, if I could have
He's
one
going to
or
start
two more
screaming, who
questions.
ordered the code red in a second.
Now your testimony is you could have answered
Right.
the call, correct?
No, my testimony is that I don't know. You're asking me how it could have answered, and I'm trying to answer your question.
At a prior hearing in June of 2022, you were asked this exact question, and you answered, quote, yeah, it's only possible that it's me, end quote, correct?
I don't recall answering that way, but I'm not sure.
And you were also asked, after being confronted with these records, quote, I guess I could have talked to him, meaning Mr. Higgins, correct?
I don't-
Allow this, and this is-
I don't recall saying that, no.
Let's move on.
I mean, wow.
Did you have any conversation with Brian Higgins about a 2:22 a.m. phone call?
That next morning, while everything was going on, I mentioned to Brian that I may have butt dialed last night. Sorry about that.
Did the two of you agree that you were going to both say those calls were butt dials in order to cover up those calls?
Objection.
You can answer that.
We did not say that.
Was it something like
Let's
that?
be clear, since then and now, you've gotten rid of your phone, correct?
I upgraded my phone, yes.
And since then and now, Brian Higgins has gotten rid of his phone, and you're aware of that as well.
Yes.
By the way, you indicated that you were awakened in the morning by Jen McCabe about 6:30, correct?
Yes.
Wow.
And when you woke up, you said you grabbed your phone to make a call. Is that right?
No.
Isn't it true that you grabbed your phone and made a call at 7:20 in the morning?
Yes. But that's not when I was awoken by my sister-in-law.
Sorry, that wasn't my question. After you were
What?
awake and you're up, you
Right.
started making calls.
Right.
My question is, what was the first call you made at 7:20?
Can I look at this?
If that refreshes your recollection with the court's permission.
He's looking at the phone records that counsel had handed to him.
At 7:20, I called Brian Higgins.
Mr. Albert, you have
Oh.
6 siblings and 5 kids, right?
Yes.
You have in-laws, cousins, huge family, correct?
Yes.
But on the morning you find out that John O'Keefe is laying dead or dying on your lawn, the first call you made at 7:20 was to Brian Higgins. Is that right?
Interesting.
Yes.
The same person you had a call with, or at least the logs
Say
indicate you
why.
had a call with at 2:22 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
During that 7:20 a.m. call, did you two discuss the 2:22 a.m. calls?
No.
Thought you just said that you told him, oh, I think I may have butt dialed.
Yeah, that was later in the morning when he came to the house.
Then
Not
what'd
on
you
that
talk about at
7:20 a.m.
7:20?
call.
No.
What did you talk about on that 7:20 a.m.
Mhm.
call?
I informed him of what was going on at my house. We were out the night before, and I thought it was important for him to know what had happened.
Mr. Albert, I have a couple of more questions about the phones or the phone usage that morning. And
That testimony would have rung a lot more true to me if we didn't have mysteriously answered calls, mysteriously disappearing cell phones. That would have been fine. I wanted to tell him what happened. Fine. But we have morning calls that were answered that nobody seems to have answered, and everybody got rid of their cell phone. By everybody, I mean Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. The math, sir.
throughout the day. You called Brian Higgins at 7:20 a.m. for 1 minute and 56 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Brian Higgins called you at 7:30 for 5 minutes and 47 seconds.
Yes.
You called Brian Higgins at 7:57.
It's a lot of calls.
Spoke for 12 minutes and 33 seconds.
Yes.
You then called your brother, Kevin Albert, at 9:40 a.m. and spoke for 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Yes.
Chief Berkowitz called you at 9:50 a.m. and left a voicemail. Is
That
that right?
doesn't surprise me.
He didn't leave me a voicemail, but I think he called me.
You called Chief Berkowitz back at 9:54, 4 minutes later, and spoke for 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
I mean, that part
Yes.
doesn't surprise me.
You called Jim McCabe at 11:30 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And Jim McCabe called you back at 12:20 p.m. You spoke for 7 minutes and 52 seconds.
Yes.
You called Kevin Albert again at 2:01 in the afternoon and spoke for 8 minutes.
Yes.
For all of you trying to follow along at home to the Albert family tree, Kevin Albert is the brother that works at Canton PD, not Chris Albert, the brother that owns the pizza and sub shop.
You called Kevin Albert at 6:45. I'm sorry.
It's a lot of
called
calls.
Brian Higgins at 3:24 p.m. and spoke for 6 minutes and 5 seconds. Is that right? And if it refreshes your recollection, there's a second page, second log. You'll turn your attention to the 3:24 p.m. time frame.
Trying to find it.
Take your time.
I don't know if they've
What
marked
time are
this
you
into
referring
evidence.
to?
The jury's going to want
3:24
this in
p.m.
evidence, I imagine. Wow. Well, Brian Higgins'
see it,
testimony
yes.
is going to be spicy.
And there's a second call. You call Brian Higgins at 6:12 p.m. and speak for 1 minute and 7 seconds, right?
Yes.
And then the third one on that page, you called Brian Higgins at 6:35 p.m. spoke for 10 minutes and 12 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Turning back to your call logs, you called Kevin Albert at 6:45 on the next on that same day. Spoke for about 16 minutes.
Runkle and Rob, good to see you guys in the
Yes.
chat.
Then on the next day, January 30th, you called Chief Berkowitz and spoke for 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Yes.
And the following day, you spoke with Jim McCabe, who called you at 8:04 p.m.
A lot of
Correct?
calls.
Yes.
And finally, Chief Berkowitz called you at 1:48 p.m. on February 1st, right?
Yes.
3 days later, you spoke again to Brian Higgins at 8:48 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
The subject of these calls, Mr. Albert, were all about the fact that John O'Keefe was found dying on your yard, on your lawn, on January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
I don't know the subject of all these calls, no.
You had to have been talking
Sir,
about
what?
that event.
Of course, it was a horrible situation that was going on. Everybody was distraught, and there were a lot of phone calls. This call log doesn't encompass all the phone calls.
No, it doesn't.
There are a lot of phone calls being made to a lot of people because of this horrible situation.
And the point is, Mr. Albert, those many calls that you've just described, especially as they pertain to Brian Higgins, Jim McCabe, Kenny Berkowitz, your brother Kevin Albert, were those many calls an effort to get stories straight at the time?
No, absolutely not.
Were those many calls an
I'm
effort?
going to interrupt you, Juror. We're going to send the jury out.
Oh,
First, actually, why don't we take the lunches?
oh. Also, I know the defense wants to ask that they are going to get their stories straight. The thing is, law enforcement interviewed them all around the kitchen table together at like 6, 7, whatever in the morning. Like they already heard everything that was going on. All these witnesses, they didn't need phone calls because they were all interviewed initially together. They were all sitting there together. But now I want to know what's happening because in the middle of that question, and we're going to go back to the question because I interrupted it. In the middle of the question, the jury got sent out for lunch early. And since we don't have closed captioning today, it says we do, but we don't. Let's see.
Those many calls that you've just described, especially as they pertain to Brian Higgins, Jim McCabe,
Oh,
Kenny
get your story
Berkowitz,
straight.
your brother Kevin Albert, were those many calls an effort to get stories straight at the time?
No, absolutely not.
Were those many calls an effort?
I'm going to interrupt you, Juror. We're going to send the jury out.
And for those of you asking,
First,
we're
actually, why don't
behind
we-
court time.
Why don't we take the lunches?
So we are not
See counsel.
caught up to real time. We are behind court time. So she is asking to see them at sidebar. So I'm going to let this play through and see what happens and see if we hear anything after the sidebar. But she has excused the jury for lunch a little bit early. She tends to be quite punctual with the lunch break and asked to see the attorneys at sidebar. I don't know if they're going to argue anything else on the record.
She never asks me.
All right, so we'll have the lunch and recess then.
All rise.
You are muted.
And that is the lunch break, which would have been the lunch break starting a little bit early in court. She wanted to talk to the lawyers about something, and we don't know what just yet. And then, of course, court pans back to, only the fan. What an incredible and spicy morning in court here. I'm going to go to a summary real quick, and then we are going to take a lunch break. Y'all, what a morning. Just what a morning in court. At the end of trial day 10, now into week 3 of the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, we started the morning session with Brian Albert, the homeowner at 34 Fairview and former Boston police officer, now retired, on the stand for cross-examination. And we ended the morning with Brian Albert on the stand, subject to cross-examination. There was much conversation about how to get in and out of the basement. We actually saw some new video for the first time of where the basement, they called it the bulkhead doors or like the cellar doors, where the basement exited out into the backyard near the side fence. That side fence of the yard exits out closer to the flagpole, which is nearer to where the victim was found in the morning. Officer John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview. We also learned that there was a preservation order for evidence issued on September 23rd, and that notice went out from the DA's office on September 23rd or 24th to the witness, Brian Albert, to not destroy, get rid of, or otherwise do away with, alter, or change your phone, that the phone is subject to litigation. On the stand, Brian Albert said that his phone was upgraded on September 22nd, and his memory as to it being on September 22nd was fuzzy. It was around September 22nd, but he was very sure it was not the 23rd or 24th after the preservation notice. And then it came up that both he and Brian Higgins got rid of their phones, and that there was testimony at the grand jury that there had been some discussion about them getting rid of their phones, or at least about Brian Albert getting rid of his phone. He didn't remember if Brian Higgins said to him, "I'm going to get rid of my phone." But it seems that Brian Albert's and Brian Higgins's phones are both gone. At least the phones that they had at the time that Officer O'Keefe was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview in the snow. We also learned that there were quite a lot of phone calls going back and forth, which in and of itself doesn't surprise me the morning of January 29th. What does surprise me is the phone calls that were answered but not answered. A 22-second call from Brian Higgins to Brian Albert that Brian Albert didn't answer. His wife didn't answer. The dog Chloe didn't answer, but was a 22-second call. When we finally get into the forensic evidence of this case, and of course, we're not going to have Celebrite extractions from Brian Higgins' phone or Brian Albert's phone because those phones are gone. These cell records will be very interesting to get into, won't they? Because it's not the phone calls that were answered. It's not the phone calls that were admitted to that are the most interesting. It's those early morning phone calls that nobody seems to know how they got picked up. Isn't that odd? In addition to the fact that Brian Albert rehomed his dog, rehomed his cell phone, sold his home, retired. And though 30 years in, I understand retiring, but we also know that he has retained an attorney, it seems, in connection with the federal investigation. So there's a lot going on, and also an interesting time to choose to retire. Though he did say he possibly could have butt dialed Brian Higgins while engaged in, sex with his wife at 2:00 in the morning after he had flown to New York and gone to a funeral and driven back from New York and then gone to the hillside and then gone to the waterfall and then gone back to his house that was full of people because they were having a party. And yet after 2 a.m., they were like, you know what? Let's do it. I have a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions. You know who else has questions? Y'all have questions. So let's answer some of those before I take a lunch. We will be back at 1 p.m. Central Time, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. I mean, ish. Adjacent. If the court is significantly delayed, I will probably delay so we can catch up. But that was a very long day for Mr. Brian Higgins. But you know what? Or Mr. Brian Albert. But you know what? He does remember specifically that he did not answer that call at 2:22 a.m. Oh, y'all, what an absolutely wild morning. I don't even think I got into the fact that they've voir-dired him quite a lot about the missing phone. I'm going to get to as many of your super chat questions as I can before I take a break to get some food. I am definitely ready for lunch. I don't know about you, but I am. Celia, good to see you this morning. All of the members who sent member chats, thank you. Helen, thank you. This has been way, way back in the day. Today is my birthday, so celebrating with the best community on YouTube. Happy birthday. Here, we're going to do it. We're going to do it this way. Oh, wait, that's not the right one. I changed my voice changer a little bit, so now.
Happy birthday, Helen. Today you got a very, very fiery day in court. Yay!
I hope it has been a good one. For everyone celebrating birthdays in the chat, I hope it's been a good one. Rafael said, question, do you think we have met the entirety of What If Anything extended family, or is Lolly getting to When If Anyone? We might get a When If Anyone, but it is definitely morphed. We've gotten a whole panoply of What If Anything, and it's killing me. As I said, I am speaking to a bar association. Friday morning, I'll be a little late for court because of that, but I will be telling them What If Anything is the worst formation of a question. Happy Monday, belated Mother's Day. Thank you so much. Perhaps waiting to rule on the photos regarding firefighter McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert is a good thing. More time for the internet to internet. I don't always love when the internets. That's a whole separate and aside of me personally. But I think that when Caitlin Albert testifies is when we're going to see more conversation about the relationship between Caitlin Albert and Katie McLaughlin. So I think we will see that later. I don't think we will see that now. So happy birthday to my GF Saf in Arkansas. Jean Lefelt says happy birthday, Saf in Arkansas. ATF jokes are never in poor taste. Roy, thank you. I just thought in the context of the case, maybe it was a little heavy-handed of me. But sometimes it's appropriate. Brian aged 7 years over the weekend. He didn't look thrilled to be back. Luna said, does Alan practice in LA? 4 hours is a normal daily commute. He does, and it is. And from LA, 4 hours is like within my fuck around threshold of like, you guys want to go to Vegas? Let's go. Like 6 hours, like 5-6 hours, I'm like, we need to plan. 4 hours, I'm like, do we have gas? Is the car charged? Let's go. Allison said, Mr. Albert, does the play fighting in your friend group ever get out of hand? No one has asked that at all, which will be interesting. Aaron said, I'm new here. My first super chat ever. Well, Aaron Cogans, thank you so much. Emily, you're as badass as my mom. Get it, girl. Well, thank you. I'm just a little bit incredulous today about the phones. Lauren said, do you think that Brian seems to be getting more uncomfortable? Oh, he was getting more uncomfortable and more irritated as we went, which is probably the which is probably the point of the thing. Gloria said he knew about her affair and then he died. I don't know the nature of the Brian Higgins, Karen Reed situation. So I don't know if it was an affair. I don't know if it was text messages. I don't know if it was one-sided text messages. We're just not there yet. But I have questions about it. Carrie said, question, how would the defense know about the federal grand jury? Isn't that secret? Thanks. Carrie, when the defense and the prosecution both asked to continue the case, they had been notified. I don't know the entirety of the circumstance where they had been notified, but they had been notified and they got a lot of that information turned over to them before this went to trial. They had asked to, both parties had said, can we continue this case? And the judge said, no, you can't. And now she's like, I'm going to need you guys to speed it along. Nope. Carly said, husband surprised me with a laundered sweatshirt. Yay. I hope it is a great surprise. And that's very sweet of your husband. Jenny said she random commenter doesn't even go here. This is the case. And I'm sure everyone who talks about this case, especially from the let's watch it unfold perspective, is going to start to get. And now that we're in week 3, more people are interested in this case. The coverage of this case will gain more attention. More people will be watching it. And there will be more of the, you're too much on the side of the defense. You're too much on the side of the prosecutor. You believe the defendant is innocent / guilty. There is going to be more of that as we get into it because a lot of people see this case through a lens. I know the law nerds are seeing this case through the lens of I have questions. But that's not how everyone is approaching it. And we will see more of that wandering through. It just is what it is. I have seen comments on my YouTube channel that are literally that you are way too favorable to the defense. You are way too biased for the prosecution, like right after each other. It's like, okay. Chris said, thank you, mods and EDB. You're welcome. It just, again, it is what it is. And when the party asking questions is the party that I'm focused on. So when the defense is asking questions, I'm going to be like, this is a little too much. That's a little heavy-handed. When the prosecution's asking questions, I'm going to be like, what if any question is pending, Lolly? So we're just going to go party by party. Let's see. So Runkle the Bailey said, oh yes, the former prosecutor is in the pocket of the big defense lawyer. You forget we were at the same office, Runkle. I just wanted to see a good trial. And then Lolly started talking in opening and I was like, fuck, I've chosen wrong. Because I still don't know clearly what their theory of the case is. I know they think that she hit him. But I'm not clear on anything else. That's what they think happened. Lori said, Emily, why isn't this considered badgering? This was a active cross-examination. We were not too like badgering the witness. Yes, we got into some asked and answered. We got into some like, let's move on because some stuff was asked and answered, but we really weren't at the, Alan Jackson does a very good job of having pointed questions where you can hear that he's like, sir, really? But he's not like yelling at the witness. So no, we definitely weren't there yet. Niley said, just woke up and said, Emily, do we have court today? Good morning, y'all. We do. And if you have the Law Nerd app, you will know when we have court. I should take a moment to bring that up. Becca said, if it was just a conversation, why was there a report written? I don't write reports about my conversations. This has become a colloquialism more with the defense. It is to poke at the fact that their conversation with Lank was not truly a police interview. Everyone was sitting together talking, but it was memorialized in a police report. You can't really call it a police interview. People weren't separated. They weren't interviewed. It was more of a, y'all tell me what happened, which is why it's like they stated this and they stated that, because we don't know who stated what. So they're calling it a conversation to make sure it's clear that the police never really interviewed anyone in the house. They didn't treat it much like an investigation, even though it was. That's why we're seeing some of that languaging come out. Samantha, after testifying, can witnesses watch the trial unless they're subject to recall? That's going to depend if they've been told. Lindsay asked, what happens with Katie M's alleged perjury? That hasn't come back up yet. How can John's arrival be proven without Karen? I don't know. I don't know if the prosecution's going to use the car or if they're going to use cell phone evidence. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to prove that. We're going to have to see. Artie's Fleetwood, thank you so much for the new pens. I have more ink somewhere. I just didn't grab it this morning. I didn't know. Let's see. Ishkabibble, I think I got that right. Sorry for the ignorance. Never need to apologize. A, I know we have a very large international audience. B, I don't expect anyone to know this stuff. It is rarely discussed. It's why I cover cases like this, so we all understand. So please never apologize for asking a question. What's the difference between a trial and a grand jury? A grand jury can function in a couple ways. We're not going to talk about investigative grand juries, so that's an asterisk. Put it to the side. But a grand jury that indicts is a grand jury that the prosecution puts on to show evidence not beyond a reasonable doubt, but for probable cause. Like a more likely than not that the person who has been charged is the person who did the thing. There are requirements for what they must show. It takes the place of an open preliminary hearing where the defense attorney is there, and it's used to indict or bring charges against people. This jury, the petite jury, is the trial jury. They decide beyond a reasonable doubt if the person did the thing or didn't do the thing. If the crime charged, not really, if the crime charge meets the elements, or if the prosecution has not proven it beyond a reasonable doubt, because there are situations where the person did the thing and it cannot be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. But that is what the trial jury does. The grand jury is a much lower standard, and the defense is not present. Can we get Chloe to testify? Bringing dogs into court is an interesting thing. The members know that story. Speaking of which, members, I am going to be moving our members only live stream this week. I will be notifying you. I'm going to move it to Thursday just because Wednesday's a full day of court, Thursday's a half day. And so that'll be just a little bit easier for me. Basement floor, I don't know. I imagine a lot of people have like just cement or concrete in their basement. How old are the windows? We have no idea. I would assume that the windows at the Albert residence are somewhat pained because there is train tracks right behind them, which has been testified to, that the train tracks are like right beyond their backyard. Coral said, to be fair, with my level of distraction, I wouldn't have noticed the whole thing going on outside when they found John O'Keefe. I'm always in my own cloud, which is fair. It's odd for a law enforcement officer. It's odd that the dog didn't notice. And all of you with dogs pointed out the leaf blower would have been the thing. The dog might not have given a shit about the lights, but the wailing human and the leaf blower probably would have piqued the dog's interest. So that is interesting to note. If the prosecution did Brady violations, how hard to prove? I'm sorry, how hard to prove that generally Brady violations come to the surface. So I'm not quite, I need more context for that. Apologies, but I need more context for that. I believe in coffee for everyone. This is wild. It's good to see you, Matt Bond. Hello, Spiffy, Legal Mumbo Jumbo Talkie Sister from another Mr. The floofs say meow and send your floofs a boop. My floofs are sleeping up in Travis's room this morning. I've seen them, but it is kind of windy gray. Oh, and now raining where I'm at. So not a lot of birds this morning. Mighty Wombat said, my grandfather was a former BPA president in New York and always said he told the guys to always ask for their rep. Him being an ex-police officer and having a lawyer doesn't surprise me at all. It doesn't surprise me. I wonder what the jury makes of it because he has mentioned it a couple times. So, Matt Bond, objection, nah. Question, Stephen A., good to see you. May be asked and answered. Ye old ADHD, short samesies. Any security footage he had at the time, he may be the one to ask foundational expert to validate. We have no idea if there were any cameras at this house. No one has asked. Wetfoot said Canton has no training in preserving evidence. Alan Jackson didn't ask the question that way. Alan Jackson asked the question backwards. Alan asked, do you have training in how people get rid of evidence? He didn't say, do you have training in how to preserve evidence, knowing that people can destroy evidence? It was, I think the jury will see through that. It was a little bit of parsing going on. So let's see. Mariah says, very random, but recently realized I talk about you so much because every time my 7-year-old hears the name Emily, unrelated to you, he says, Emily D. Baker. Tell your 7-year-old, thank you very much. The Emily D. Baker. I love it. You, a sergeant detective, upgraded your phone after a deadly incident at your home and you don't assume a data request would be made, sir? Stephen is calling BS. Sophia said, could it be possible that nobody harmed John O'Keefe? Something happened to John O'Keefe. I can't, Sophia, tell you because we haven't gotten to the autopsy yet. So former district attorney me wants to know what the pathology says, and then we can have that conversation probably better, Sophia. But I would like to, something happened. I don't know what realm of possibility that something falls into until I know more about what happened. So far, all we've seen are the photos of the arm that the defense is proffering are scratches that the first EMT fire medic witness said had furrows. They look like pretty dark scratches. We know the defense thinks those are animal scratches. BC Scanner says he was tipped off as why he got rid of his phone. He would have known the defense is asking for it. Absolutely. Absolutely would have known. Absolutely would have known the defense was asking for it. SF in the TX said, I have an iPhone. If I turn my phone over, I have to reset the phone back to factory settings. The way to get contacts is to make sure you've backed up. Yes, his phone was broken. He could have kept his phone. So could have kept the phone. So his new phone is blank. He said it transferred like the iCloud data. He didn't say iCloud. Can the witness chat with his attorney on break? Yes, he can. Did he rehome Colin too? Well, Colin is not his kid. Colin is Julie and Chris Albert's kid. So Colin went home, rehomed the phone, rehomed the dog, rehomed the home. It's odd. Rebecca Wright said, sorry. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. I spent years in law enforcement. Him acting ignorant of so many separate items makes me sick to my stomach, comes off as lying to me. There's a lot of distancing in his testimony. And I don't think anyone's going to believe that he doesn't know how to preserve evidence after 30 years. I don't at all. For those of you asking in the chat, would you want to go straight into the autopsy? It's odd to me that we're 3 weeks into the case and we haven't gotten there yet, but the prosecution does seem to be grouping things in time. All the first responders to the scene, civilians from early in the night, now on to who showed up at 34 Fairview. I imagine all the expert testimony will be next, but it's hard without that context. Maybe that's their goal. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way they're grouping it. Melody said, listening to your podcast at work, a customer said, oh my God, is that Emily D. Baker? I love her. Well, tell her thank you. New Zealand Butterfly Girl, Heather, I feel that the investigation in this case was very shady, but I do have one question. Why leave John O'Keefe on his lawn? Wouldn't it be better for the Alberts to move his body somewhere else? It's a fair question. Right now, I'm at the stuff with the cell phone is really fucking weird. It's really weird. But this investigation is really bad. And we haven't gotten anything that pushes me to this is, how do we even get into court on this yet? I'm still not there yet. I still don't know why we're here. I'm still waiting. So, let's see. Music to My Soul said, as a member, I've seen some of Emily's old tech coverage, so I can confirm that she indeed knows when iPhone season is. That is true. I do have knowledge of when iPhone season is. There's just so many questions. Jenny said, I thought he and Higgins didn't know each other well. Yeah, we went from that they're friends to what was the last thing he said about him and Higgins? I highlighted it. I have a lot of notes. We're good friends. It was like, we're acquaintances. And now we're good friends. We're going to get to, that's my best friend. Mary asked an important question in the chat. Emily, can they drop her charges now? Mary, if the prosecution was at all inclined, they would have done that before we got to this trial. So could they? Yes, they can. They can do whatever. But the prosecution knew this. They knew that this was coming out. They have the same transcripts from the same grand juries that the defense does. The prosecution knew this was coming. And yet here we are. I'm trying to figure out why. I still just have questions. They didn't have to bring charges. They did try to, both parties tried to put the trial over. I think they could have dismissed and refiled. So didn't they cover the sheet, have new numbers? I don't think it did. I could have missed it. It's possible if he changed his phone number. But then again, with everything going on ancillary and outside of this case, I don't know if I would have, I don't know if I would fault them for changing their number and think that it's suspicious, knowing that parties in this case have been doxxed, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know if after all this broke, if changing the phone number was needed for actually another reason. Getting rid of the phone is a huge issue to me. But Becca said, did he graduate from the University of Semantics? What the actual fuck? Yeah, it's real frustrating. Because again, why be evasive if there's no reason to be evasive? Elliot said, okay, just an itsy bitsy dumb question. No dumb questions. How the fuck is this trial needing to last 8 weeks? Elliot, I can only speculate. Maybe the prosecution thinks that they have to call every witness they listed on their witness list. And they don't, and they just have to call everyone. I don't know why they're calling every witness on their witness list. There are witnesses, though I enjoyed their testimony, they probably didn't need to testify. One of the Kolakithises could have testified to the fact that they heard Karen Reed talking about the fact that there were vacation plans in the future for her and John O'Keefe. But the prosecution could have left that to the defense case. And if it comes out on the defense case, the defense is going to say, and the prosecution didn't want you to know this. So maybe you bring one of them for that testimony. I don't know. Some of these witnesses, I do not know why the prosecution called them other than, you know what? Fuck it. Everyone's on the witness list. Everyone's getting called. Cross-examine them as you will. And we'll see what happens. But I don't think that's respectful of the jury's time. I think there's room here. Bobria, could Brian plead the fifth regarding the phone upgrade? He didn't at the grand jury, so the shit's out of the horse on that one. My son was a wrestler in high school. That is a wrestling move, but still don't know how that's relevant. I'm waiting to see how it is. I'm waiting to see how the stuff at the bar becomes more relevant. Kayla said this lawyer has never been to a small town bar or a bar in a military town, and it shows. I think this lawyer is losing whatever ground he had. Sometimes you can't make everything. Hannah said this is giving Reed the sex out of context moment from Depp v. Heard. Like, sir, they're bros being bros. Hannah, I get it. Sometimes there much needs to be made of the cell phones. Much needs to be made of the mystery calls. I don't know if much needs to be made yet of what's going on at the bar unless there is something to connect it back later. So we'll see. I'm going to get to just a few more questions. The Great Big Geek said, isn't that around when the Google search happened around 2:27 a.m.? The How's Long to Die at the Snow. How's Long to Die in the Snow Google search from Jen McCabe, the sister-in-law to Brian Albert, sister to Nicole Albert. Yeah, right around 2:27 a.m. Right around the same time that Chris Albert, Brian Albert, is calling Brian Higgins. The timing of all the phone calls, I think, and I hope the defense puts it up on a chart during their closing. The timing of all the phone calls is a lot. But we're going to see what the digital evidence says. The prosecution says that didn't happen at that time. So, K-Rab said, I sleep with both my phone and my glasses in bed, but you don't squish them? How do you do it without squishing them? I would be so afraid I would squish them. This is the day of Spicy Cross with EDB Perfect celebration after passing the patent bar. Hold on. No, I didn't do that because you're a patent lawyer. I'm just teasing. Congratulations. It's wonderful. Congratulations. I literally could never. So much science and tech. Congratulations, Aaron. And I am incredibly proud of you. Good job. Woo-hoo! So needed. Douglas said also scrolls TikTok, sends emails, gets life insurance all while sleeping. We will see. When I made inadvertent call at 2 a.m., it's me drunk dialing an ex to say that it was an accident. Then saying it was an accident to your friends. Your friends are like, what did you do? And you're like, it was inadvertent. Was your phone on vibrate for sexy time? Apparently it was in the bed with them. The phone is in the bed. I just, the literal booty call. I don't know. Wait, you guys are telling me you don't call Higgins during those times? Not all doing that? Maybe the relationship is different than I anticipated. Is that a butt dial? Oh God. I hope it's not a, I don't know. I don't know. But I'm here for all the jokes about the literal butt dial. I think we'll see what the phone records say. Look, man, the tech is going to tech and your phone is going to tell on you. So your phone also tells you it deletes when you do your transfers of phones. You can also keep your phone. It's so odd. Also, if I don't leave now, I'm never going to get lunch. And then all of you are going to be subjected to Hangry Emily. And no one needs that this afternoon. I mean, some of you probably do. Some of you are like, no, I'm here for Hangry Emily. The Emily Show the Quick Bits version of the podcast will be over on Quick Bits during lunch. So if you want to go check out my summary of last week to get kind of caught up on today, that's going to be over on the Quick Bits channel now. I am going to go eat. You guys are welcome to hang out in the chat. I will be back right around 1 o'clock. We'll see when court comes back. I'm going to go grab some food. Law nerds, thank you for hanging out. There's much of this trial left to go, isn't there? I'll see you in a few. You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media. And don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with Quick Bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the Quick Bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.